You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome aboard to Eastern Football Netball League game day. It's a huge Division 4 clash here. Sunny conditions in July, you definitely would not speak about it as well. And a huge clash between Whitehorse Pioneers and Kilsyth. It is an 8-point game, a lot of stakes involved for this massive clash. I'm Blake Tennant, hosting Pregame, and joining me is Chris Cortis. There you go, finally get to say it. I finally get back here, and it's good to see you, Chris. How are you going?
Yeah, good, thank you. Happy to be here. It's a sunny day out here at Springfield Park, so eager to get into it.
Especially in July, you don't really see that as well. Of course, the Euro summer is kicking around. And Jared Beeland as well. Good to see you again. I've missed seeing you, of course, as well. And going to hear your tones in the afternoon, which is even better. So how are you going?
Likewise, Blake. It's great to be back after a little bit of a dip in my health, but we can leave that behind. It's a lovely day. I'm very happy to be out here at Springfield Park. It's a Division 4 clash, so we know both of these teams are going to be playing better than Collingwood did for 2.5 quarters.
Oh, how good was that? Can anyone tell, if there's any listeners on the road, you definitely wake up knowing that both Collingwood and Carlton have both lost. It's definitely a picture-perfect round as well. And
I never saw it. Didn't happen.
Joining us as well is the Whitehorse Pioneers senior playing coach in Andrew Haining. And Andrew, welcome back to another edition of EFNL Game Day. Welcome aboard, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Blake. Appreciate it, mate. Thanks for, I think this is the first time for a couple of years you guys have come down to Springfield Park. So we're rapt to have you guys here, and hopefully we can put on a good show for you.
Yeah, definitely as well. A couple of outs as well for the Pioneers, of course. Now I've been loving this forward as well. Seen young Evolved playing some really good footy for you guys, and missing out today, unfortunately. Do you want to just talk about that as well with that injury?
Yeah, Tommy Young's out this week. He just hurt his shoulder last week late in the third. So it really gives a good opportunity to Lionel Hunt to come up. He's been kicking a lot of goals throughout the series. It's his second senior game. Really good opportunity for him and a couple others to come up as well.
Yeah, so talk about the lineups as well, but I want to talk about how the season's unfolding, of course. Had I'll say disappointing sort of, you started off pretty well, of course, knocking off Churnside at Churnside. I don't think many sides will be playing, pretty good footy at Churnside, and, winning there, it's always hard. Had a bit of a form slump, you would say. Obviously, Churnside Park losing by, 95 points. I'm not trying to remind you of it, of course.
Thanks, mate.
But how have you managed to push through? Because I think last time we spoke, you had 8 out or something like that. So, do you want to talk about how you judged going through that form slump? And you had a big win over Ball last week.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one. I think you can always sort of say you're never as good as what you think you are, and you're never as bad as what you think you are. I think that's what happened with us the last sort of month of football. Churnside Park was definitely a slip up. We started good in the first quarter, just couldn't kick a goal. And then the second, third quarter, they just put the foot down and we couldn't keep up. So credit to Churnside, they had a fantastic day. The other two games we sort of lost. We lost after the siren to Croydon, and we lost to Warrandyte, where we actually had more scoring shots than them and just couldn't get across the line. So I think that's put a payback for when we beat them in round 2, when we skipped 15-2. So yeah, a couple of those games could have gone either way, and then you're probably not as concerned as what it is looking like at the moment. So I'm really happy with the way we bounced back last week, and hopefully for a really back up strong performance today.
And in round 6, obviously the last time these two teams met, how much do you take out of that match? Obviously, you didn't get quite on top of them in that fixture, but how much does that impact your preparation for today?
Oh, massive! I think if you want to be successful in this division, you want to at least beat every single team. So we've done that except for Kilsyth. So that's sort of our focus today, is to go out and target Kilsyth and go after them and try and get the win today. That's that one small tick that we've beaten every team in the comp, and then we can look towards next week.
Yeah, excellent. And, you mentioned you want to get after them, obviously, without giving away too much. We don't want you to reveal any secrets. But what's one of the keys we can look out for today on the field for you guys to get over the top of them?
Yeah, I think for us, what we've sort of really spoken about in the last couple of weeks is sort of our voice, our connection, and being engaged. So it's really important that we're sort of really loud. So hopefully you guys will pick up on that we're loud on the field. And our connection, like the little things like, patting each other on the back, picking blokes up off the bottom of the pack, celebrating little things like spoils and tackles, making sure that we're all engaged and switched on for the entire four-quarter performance.
Of course, that means great to speak to you, Andrew. By the way,
Thank you.
Of course, that means leadership. And I noticed one of the ins today is Michael McDougall, and he's, from what I've seen, been a stalwart of the club. How much is his inclusion going to impact the way the day is going to go?
Well, he's fit, mate. He's he came to me at the start of the year. He qualified for High Rocks for the World Championships in Chicago. So he came to me at the start of the year and said, look, I don't want to play before that. I really want to give this a good crack. So I represented Australia in Chicago for High Rocks, which I think was a great achievement. I'm proud of him, and I'm fully supportive of him doing that. So he got back earlier this week, has trained both nights and lit the track up. So I'm sort of just giving him the keys just to run right today, hopefully. And, with players like that who play their first game, like, you're allowed to make mistakes, and I'm fully supportive of him to make mistakes. It's all about what he does after those mistakes. But I just want him to crack in hard and enjoy his footy, and it'll be good to have him back.
That's awesome. And another bloke that I don't think I'd ever noticed play for you guys necessarily is Maverick Gleed, who's debuted in 2007, a senior debut back then, which sort of surprised me as someone who I'd not seen. Can you tell me a little bit about him? He's played 3 senior games in the past couple of years. I'm fascinated about his inclusion and what he brings to the side.
Mav Gleed is a club legend. Him and his family are really, really important to the Whitehorse Football Club. He's a 2-time premiership player. He won a premiership in 2007 as an 18-year-old. Won the flag as a captain in 2018 as well. So he's currently our reserves playing coach as well. But unfortunately for him, his form's been too good. So he had to come up, and he supported us in the twos. He was meant to play finals last year for us. So I love to have him. He's just a nuggety midfielder and sort of very rarely makes mistakes.
Oh, that's awesome. We're always learning about the different legends about all the teams around here.
That's good to see. And I just want to touch on as well, your reserves are currently winning 45-17 at half time, I do believe. I just want to touch on, do you feel like you've got the depth there as well? Like, do you feel like that's definitely been there? Because I've followed, Whitehorse, obviously heavily last year, of course, because, you guys made the grand final, of course, and your reserves unfortunately lost in straight sets, I believe. And do you feel like you've got that to cover, some of these players that are coming in and out of the side?
Yeah, I definitely think so. When I sort of came on board, we've had very minimal players actually leave the club. We've only brought on new players. Like, as I said, we've probably got about 8 or so missing in the seniors. And we've also got a handful missing out in the reserves today as well, with full sides. So the depth is really there this year with lots of strong numbers. And it just sort of shows that our twos are playing good football.
Your 19s are playing some pretty good footy too as well.
19s, yeah, unfortunately lost to Knox earlier today. But for me, with the 19s, I'm not really fussed about the wins and losses with the 19s. Like, hopefully they make finals, but it's their first year in multiple years of having 19s. So Nick Repper, the senior coach of the 19s, is doing a fantastic job. We've actually got Riley playing his 3rd game today on the 19s. We've brought through 3 19s this year, which we just haven't had in the previous years. There's also a couple that I reckon we could play in the seniors and do very well. So having that 19s come through has been fantastic.
Yeah, you definitely would be having a few headaches as well, Andrew, as well. So, no, it's always good to chat as well. Thanks for joining EFNL Game Day, mate, and wish you all the best
appreciate it,
today.
We're actually a bit nervous for next week. We've got Forest Hill next week. We've heard about this full forward they've got in the twos.
Hey, it's a ruck, mate.
It's
not a forward, it's a ruck, mate.
Maybe I'll drop myself next week then and I can play
please
against
don't.
No, please do. Please do.
Yeah, but it's always a pleasure to talk things EFNL footy with you, Andrew, of course.
Do you boys know about this moonlighting he's been doing for Kilsyth basketball as well? So
yeah, we do.
It's a bit concerning that he's jumping ship for football to basketball. So.
And I think we've also mentioned he was a Chandler medal in 2014.
No, that's expired.
He doesn't like talking about that.
All right, that'll do.
Good to talk EFNL Game Day
Thanks,
with
guys.
you, Andrew.
Have a great call.
All the best for today.
Cheers, Andrew.
No worries. Andrew Haining, the senior coach of the Whitehorse Pioneers. Just a quick one. Always good to chat footy with Andrew. He's obviously the Chandler medal. As you're saying, it's expired because it's been 11 years since he does that. So it's always good. And Whitehorse, they're up and about as well. Grand final last year. So how do you boys make out of that?
Well, always good to chat to him. I feel a bit bad that I didn't know who Maverick Lead was now as a club legend of Whitehorse, but we have, in my defence, 50 teams to keep track of.
Yes.
But no, really, really good to chat to him. He obviously loves talking footy, and it's a very interesting time of the year for Whitehorse, of course, coming off the back of 3 losses in the past 4 games. So yeah, pretty introspective about that.
So we're gonna get Damien Murray, of course, from the Kilsyth Cougars, senior head coach, in a couple of minutes. So we'll just quickly go through a couple of the games. Of course, Chirnside Park have the bye. Of course, obviously you got this game. That'll be on Radio Eastern at 2:10 or 2:30. Sorry, I should say. Oh no, 2:20 it says here. I was reading 2:30, but anyway, you hear that as well in an hour's time, of course. Forest Hill v Templestowe. Bulleen Templestowe, sorry. I should say about that. Down at Coonong Reserve, I'm better than that. But yeah, so they're playing this afternoon. Do you make a case of Forest Hill? Of course, they might be missing out on a few reserves players here and there. But how do you assess this one? This is they're playing for a cap as well. I do believe as well. I'll explain later, but how do you guys feel for this game? Do you make a case for Forest Hill, or do Bulleen Templestowe bounce back after a really tough loss to Whitehorse last week?
Well, I mean, is this not Forest Hill's best chance for a win? They're taking on the next top side at home. I feel like this is the game on the whiteboard if they're circling one in to be their best chance to take a victory. Bulleen Templestowe, I don't think they'll necessarily let that happen. I feel like the quality is just too high there for the Bullants. They've come into the competition pretty strongly, not necessarily faltering in a new competition. But at the moment, we do have Damien Murray, the coach of Kilsyth.
Yes, we do. We have Damien Murray joining us as well. Early, which is great. We loved seeing people getting in there early, of course. I did say that to you, Damo. But welcome aboard to EFNL Game Day. Good to talk things about the league and also a bit of Kilsyth too.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Blake. Obviously set the standard there on punctuality, so good to be here.
No, it's good. Always good to talk as well. But we might just start as well. So, do you feel like it's been an up and down sort of season? Second on the ladder last time we spoke, playing against Chirnside Park, and a couple, here and there losses, but you've also, knocked over a few, incredible sides. Of course, beating Whitehorse, of course, and you've really challenged a few sides. How have you seen since the last time we spoke to you?
Not so much up and down, mate. I think the 2 losses in a row puts a bit of consistency in it. So the boys have got plenty of work to do. That was one of the things we spoke about last time I was in the bus, Blakey. Consistency across a group, and when you're in Division 4 and you're trying to make a run for it, consistency is one of the key points. But also, I think consistency is probably one of the reasons why you're in Division 4. Concentrating for 120 minutes at any level of footy can be hard, but especially at this level, I think some of our boys find that very challenging.
Now, I want to talk about, because last time we were talking things Kilsyth, what are the standards? Can we actually? I unfortunately didn't ask that because it was very one-sided. I just want to know what are the standards that you're trying to drive here? Because Kilsyth, they're a proud club. You got it on the jumper there. They're over 100 years old. So, what are the standards that you're going to bring to this great footy club? What are they?
I think when you talk about standards, Blakey, you talk about culture, and under culture there's about 20 words that you can kind of use, and I think the clubs have been in a really good spot where the winning percentage has been really strong.
Yep.
But to take that next step, you need a lot more than that.
Yep.
You got to have character, and you got to have a will and a drive to really, be at the level above. You've seen with Scoresby and with Surrey Park, when they go up, they're set up to go up.
Yeah.
Across all 3 teams, on field, off field, everything is ticked.
Yep.
And then they go up and they really have that success. If you're going to win a 4th Division flag, those boxes all need to be ticked, and you need to be prepared and set up to actually go.
So, do you feel like you've got that at the moment?
I feel it's like taking over a house, or even Sydney, similar to Sydney in the position they're in. You take over a house and it needs a bit of renos.
Yeah.
We don't need to do a full knockdown rebuild and fucking foundations ground up.
Yeah.
We've got a little bit of that,
Yeah.
but internally there's definitely some renos that need to take place.
Furnishing.
Absolutely. Some walls need to be ripped down.
Throw it around the panel.
Yeah, excellent. And look, obviously we talked to Andrew Haney before from his side of things, but obviously when these two sides faced off in round 6, you guys got on the top of them then. How much can you take from that game in your preparation for today?
The boys can take some confidence off it. They know that they can match it around the stoppages. We did really well against the stoppages. Obviously, when you've got a dominant ruckman like Andrew, some set-up things are really good. Our containment on the outside of the stoppages that day was really good. They got their hands on it because we were set up with the containment. Their first usage had to be inside. They didn't get on the outside of us a lot. That's something, again, we'll try and work on today. But, again, it's completely different because we're on a ground that doesn't give you any width. So they'll play a lot more direct. When teams come to pinks, one of the joys is that they can tend to get a bit lost and go a bit wide, a bit deep. Gives us a defensive advantage. With that is, our boys probably get caught up too high sometimes when they come to a smaller ground here. Again, goes back to the concentration and week to week, 120 minutes. What are you bringing and what aren't you bringing? So all those factors will play a role today.
Like I was actually on the ground and it looks like it's a 2 kick and a goal potentially. So, yeah, Joe?
Yeah, so you talk about concentration, right? What are the hallmarks? You know, if your players are concentrating for the whole 120 minutes, how is that manifesting to us as spectators?
As a spectator, so when teams are concentrating, there's someone driving that. There's leadership, there's voice. There'll be a general down back who's talking, who's setting up people ahead. Often what you'll find with us when we're on, we've got that. There's talk, it's very loud, people are setting up. When we lapse and when we don't, you can hear a pin drop out there. It's very quiet. Often even when I'm playing out there, being on ball, you want to hear something from behind you, hear something from your forward. The boys go into their shell, and obviously at times our depth's been challenged. So you lose the leader, you lose that voice, and all of a sudden it drops off very quickly. So again, something that we need to address at the club, and something you'd be looking at recruiting in next year would be leaders.
Yeah. And who are the players sort of you're counting on to provide that voice either forward or back today?
We get Mitch Jacobs back. He did his calf in round 2, so he's the captain.
He's a good player too. I'll tell you that. He's a bloody good player.
Yeah, so he comes back in today, and that's one of his strengths is his voice, and that's what makes him a leader, is his voice. So he comes in today. He'll be down back, so hopefully with his addition you'll hear that voice out there today. And hopefully the other boys walk a bit taller and, his confidence can help give other people confidence. If you're talking to me and I know that I've got that meter, or I know I can go back with a flight, or I know I can impact, it makes my job a lot easier. It makes everyone's job a lot easier. So hopefully he feeds them that.
And one of the other players that I've noticed over the years for Kilsyth, one of the big goal kickers is Ryan Goodinson. He's not hit the scoreboard as much previously, but I've come to assume that that's because he's playing a different role, perhaps?
It's something that we've worked on is obviously coming in again, it's changing the game style. I don't want the boys standing flat-footed, so Ryan's had to work really hard on his work rate and going up the ground. And it's his 100th game today.
Yeah,
we just
there you go. Just wanted to mention that one. Yes. 100 games. Did my research, Damien. So we wanted to get that one off the chest.
I bet you I was too punctual on that one. I just got you there.
Yeah, you got me before. But yeah, keep going. Sorry.
Well, me and Ryan actually, it was funny. I was just having a laugh when we were talking about his 100th game. The pre-season was really hard because I come in and I was probably the first coach who's actually challenged him to work hard. To not just stand in the forward pocket and get his 40 goals. I was like, man, I need you up on the half-back flank. And, we definitely had challenging moments there. So it's a credit to him that he's been able to hold his spot in the senior side, that he's still playing. There's probably times where in the pre-season we had stern words and he probably thought, don't know. So, it's a credit to him and the character that he has, that he stuck with it and gets a reward today.
And can you talk to us quickly about William Clemmer on debut for today? Obviously, he's been doing really well in the 19s. What can we come to expect from him?
Yeah, so Will will start forward. He's got an opportunity. We've got 6 under-19s out there today, which is awesome. I just spoke to them about how lucky they are that they get to play with 5 of their mates as well. There's very few teams running around that have the 6 under-19s, so to get the opportunity, to debut, but then debut with 5 of your other teammates, it's pretty good. So his role today will be firstly to have fun and enjoy himself, and then secondly, if he gets the opportunity to pop up and kick a few goals, that's great. You don't want to put pressure on these kids when they come in to have 20 touches and 5 goals. It's unrealistic, and if they are being the benchmark of your club at that age, then again you've got to look at your leadership and look at the top end of your list and go, boys, come on.
Yeah, I've been saving this question, and you probably know where this question is going too. But I'm looking through the AFNL transfers, and I'm scrolling down, and I see a very familiar name that has been around our league. And you can have a look at his 70-metre barrel, as our great BWS called that grand final terrifically. And now, before we get into his name, he did have a scene on one of the most famous Channel 9 shows, boys, Married at First Sight. And I tuned into that and I saw Jeff, and I thought, wow, this is the character Jeff is, which is great. And, I love to see him. But Jeff Goebels signed at Kilsyth. Is this... how many games are we going to get of big Jeff Goebels? Because he's a star of the competition, and he's been at Baldwin heavily. When are we going to see him in the red and black, mate?
No comment.
Can I ask the connection?
I'll give you something on that.
And what's the connection to down there as well? Is it you mates of him or?
Yeah, just mates, and then through the gym and a few of my other mates. I'll give him a shout out to Tim McGuinness down there at the Hurt Locker. Does fantastic work just prepping guys for the pre-season. Blakey does beautiful work with the Roval Hawks actually.
There you go.
And with Blackburn, they head in there and do their stuff. No, we'll wait and see with Jeffy. Yeah.
Are we going to see him maybe pulling the boots to get him qualified? Because I think that'll be a huge boost if you guys can get him to qualify. Because obviously you just need the 3 games. So
he can't play anywhere else, Blakey. He's cleared to us. He can't go anywhere else. So
I know.
All I'll say is if he is going to play, he will obviously be playing with us, and believe it or not, Blake, we're well aware of the 3-game rule to qualify for finals as well.
I have to do my research there as well. So
we're well aware of that. So no, I spoke to him this morning, and we'll see how we go.
Obviously, he's got his 10-year reunion, I heard, down at Baldwin Park. So I don't know if he's down there or not. Obviously, you rang him, of course. But I think we might wrap it up there. Awesome. Damien, of course, a little bit of cheek, which is what we love down here as well. And I hope you enjoy the game on the sidelines today. Not playing. Another question. When are we going to see you back as well? Just quickly before we let you go.
Hopefully not too much longer, mate. One or two. Hopefully that's a plan to kind of be back by Warrandyte and set up for the last 4. Whether or not that's realistic, we'll find out when I go back to training. But I am looking forward to catching up with you on the boundary, Blake. That should be that should be good fun this afternoon. All right, enjoy the day. Thanks, boys.
There you go, Damien Murray, the Kilsyth Cougars senior coach, of course, doing terrific things as he started his coaching regime down here at Kilsyth. So that's both coaches done.
I really like Damien's honesty about sort of what he's looking to implement at Kilsyth and what might be some of the deficiencies, I suppose.
Obviously his reserve side, unfortunately, is not doing the thing that he would like to see do, of course, because Kilsyth, they're a proud club, and they're hosting the grand finals and the final series in First Division. If you've seen, please check on the EFNL social platforms, of course, on Instagram, Facebook, and of course the website. The finals just got announced too, and the Pioneers are up 53 to Kilsyth 24. Third quarter action for this Division 4 reserves. Just quickly, this is probably, apart from this one, obviously this is the match of the round, but this is, I'll say, the other match of the round. Croydon North taking on Warrandyte, and looking at this game, Warrandyte are in insane form at the moment, knocking off Chirnside Park at Chirnside. You don't really speak about that too often at Chirnside, dropping home games, but Whitehorse obviously got him earlier on in the year. How do we see this one playing out? Of course, it's at Hughes Park. The Croydon North, they're doing okay. I feel like they've got I would say, an easier sort of run home because they played Forest Hill twice. I mean, no disrespect to Forest Hill, of course. They're not playing the greatest of footy. I think they've got Balling Temp maybe twice as well. I'll have to look a bit deeper, of course. But how are we seeing about Croydon North?
I think this is an important game in the context of Kilsyth's season because I feel like it's their spot in the top 4 that's kind of on the line if Croydon North get up over Warrandyte and then keep capitalising on the fact that they do have a bit of an easier draw. So I think the permutations of this, unless perhaps even like Kilsyth win here today, but they do have a tough draw on the road home. So the permutations of this game between Croydon North and Warrandyte are fascinating for the rest of the season in Division 4. I think Warrandyte they've stepped it up in terms of quality, and Paul Donahue, I think he's an experienced enough coach to know how to keep that momentum up for a side, and even a young side as well, such as they are. Chris, what do you think?
Well, I completely agree. I think Warrandyte have been building some really, really nice form in the last month or so. Obviously, I would be shocked if they were to catch Chirnside Park at this stage. You'd assume that top spot's wrapped up, but they've been doing really well. We do know that the Kangaroos can get up for a game every now and then, and they can take a big scalp and get a lot of people talking about them. But I just think that, while they're more than capable of putting together a big performance, I just think Warrandyte have been trending a bit too nicely for anyone to tip against them at this stage.
Yep, so there you go. So we're all going Kangaroos or Warrandyte?
I think Warrandyte. Yeah.
Warrandyte, okay. Who did I go? You had the tips up on the record.
Yeah, I did. Bear with me. You went Warrandyte. So I think that's a clean sweep for Warrandyte across everyone. Apart from Paul, who went Croydon North. So
there you go, Paul.
Paul's a kangaroo for today.
There you go. He's also in front of us, of course, as well. So we're moving into Division 3. We're actually doing really well with time here, boys, just letting you know. So we might...
Punctual.
That's it. So before we get into the game, the last game of Division 3, so we'll go to Donvale Fair Park. Played at Donvale Reserve today. Do you think the Vales can, get going after a really disappointing game against Ferntree Gully? I know it wasn't the strongest side that Donvale fielded, but how do you see? Do you see the Lions in Fair Park getting home here, or is it just going to be a bad time to face Donvale?
I think, obviously coming off the loss, I don't see a world in which Donvale dropped 2 straight. In all honesty, it was the same when they lost their first game earlier on in the season. But, I won't say a class above the rest of the competition because obviously scores be holding very well with them and matching them at this stage. But at the moment, although Fair Park are trending nicely and they picked up a good win last week off the back of a few inclusions, and they're looking to do better, it's just too much of a gap for me between Donvale and Fair Park. So I think, especially at Donvale Reserve, this is just the Magpies going through the motions and they'll win.
No Ethan Duncan as well, still out. And of course, we haven't seen James Browser probably since round 1 or 2. So
yeah, that is a big out.
It is a big out because he's a dual league best and fairest winner as well. So Jared, are you going to pick the Vales for this one? Or?
I have to. I don't see Fair Park getting up in this one. Unfortunately, it would be one of the great upsets of their recent history, no doubt. But this just even with the outs. Donvale is such a strong side. Yeah. It's kind of wild, but Vales for me.
I actually don't think we judge Fair Park much off this game here today. Obviously, we're expecting Donvale to win, but I'm looking at them and the names that they've got in, and I tipped them last week when they got the win. And if you put a gun to my head right now and told me I had to put forward a tip for who I think is getting relegated out of Division 3, I don't think it's Fair Park at this stage. I think they're going to do enough because although Coldstream, we know they've been, a shadow of their former selves, and I'm sure we'll get into that when we look at their game, but I think Fair Park are probably in the better spot at the moment to avoid relegation.
Yeah, I think they have I think each of them have winnable games coming down the stretch. I think Fair Park's most winnable game is probably the Basin, and then they've got Ferntree Gully, and I think maybe Coldstream just has the one that I would say is winnable, which is Sylvan.
Yeah. As well, so I think so. What we're backing is this. So we're backing. Who are we backing out of Coldstream and Ferntree Gully? Was that the game?
Yeah, I got to go Ferntree Gully in this one.
Ferntree Gully, even though it's Mitchell Edmonds' 150th game as well for Coldstream today, so that could definitely have a bit of bit of a go sort of thing.
At home, it can spark some morale for sure. And Ferntree Gully have dropped games that we really wouldn't have expected them to, but they've also won games that we haven't expected them to. So it's an interesting one. I'd really like to sort of know a little bit more about Ferntree Gully, especially given the fact that they've had some really big, like quite a few outs in the off season, but then a smaller number of huge inclusions.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting list balance, I guess.
I tip Ferntree Gully. Chris?
Yeah, I tip Ferntree Gully. I think it's interesting as well with what you said, Jared, because obviously everything that we hear out of that club is, you look at your Premier Data do their top stat lines of the week on Instagram and all that. All we see is Jaden Stevenson. So it is quite interesting to see, maybe it's, on certain weeks when they're picking up wins like last week against Donvale, they'll get more people around him to help him, or whether that's just really too much load falls on his shoulder. So I think they'll beat Coldstream today, but we know that there's quite a sizable gap between their best and their worst footy. So I still think they'll win, but I wouldn't be shocked if this one was less than a 3-kick game, in all honesty.
Stevenson listed as full forward as well on the Ferntree Gully Facebook page, of course. Oakley District taking on Knox. Tough one as well, just due to how these two sides are going, of course. I don't think Dwayne. Come on, I've got to put more respect on that man's name. Dane Swan, he's not playing this week, of course. Had a really good game. I think he had 30 and 3. Just absolutely taking the mickey as well for that one. But this one's an interesting game. I haven't been too happy with how Knox's form has been. I know they're fourth on the ladder. They're going to qualify. I think they should qualify.
Yep.
But do we make a case for Oakley District to take a scalp over Knox, who are fourth on the ladder?
Yeah, well, obviously, we look at Knox and we say, yeah, they're fourth on the ladder, but it was really, they started off out of the block so well at the start of this season. They gave themselves that buffer to the point where their form recently has been a little bit disappointing. It's improved a touch from what it was about a month or two ago, but it has been disappointing recently. You might not see that so much looking at it at face value, but I still think they're a quality side. But the thing is, although Dane Swan is out, you've still got, I think the kicking consultant's still down there, Grouden, so he's still a big inclusion. Yep. They're at home. They're starting to build really nicely. Of course, we saw them a few weeks ago. They've still got some quality players around there. Blake Pearson's back in. He had his first game back from injury last week. Kicked, I think it was 7 or 8.
In a big win too.
In a big win, yeah. So they've still got contributors around the ground who can make this far from an easy tip and far from a blowout win. So I have tipped Knox on this one, I have to say, but it's one of those ones where if you're looking through the divisions and you're looking at games which you think might go either way on the flip of a coin, we could see Oakley District get an upset win here.
Yeah, I agree. I think
what
this
was the
is...
tip? Sorry, Jared, just quickly get up the tips as well.
Yep.
Jared, keep going. Yep.
Yeah, this was, I think... who did I tip on the podcast? I think it was Oakley District, because this is where the finals kind of start for the districts at this point. They've got a tough run home. They are 2 spots out of the 5. We can't rely on the Basin to drop games necessarily because they can cause upsets. I think it's season on the line kind of stuff, and it will be next week as well for Oakley District. They just have to keep winning, especially against these top sides, and I reckon they'll be able to get themselves up for this. And I think Josh Groudon's such a big inclusion for them. Of course, Blake Pearson is as well, but his stability and balance across the half-back line and his ability to pick off targets like you'd never say, in Division 3. Just so important.
I think it's worth mentioning as well, though. Looking at the team sheet, I don't see Luke Potts listed there, so
that's true.
Not sure if that's an injury or is just unavailable for this week, but that's a key user in their midfield and really working on both sides of the ball, whether he was picking it up at half-back when we saw them against Sylvan or working the ball inside forward 50. So although they get Groudon, Swan's out, Luke Potts is out. There are a couple of guys that, especially Luke Potts, a lot of the earlier part of this season before they got the couple of big inclusions was built off his back as well as Blake Pearson. So this is a really tough one to tip. I'm interested to hear who you went with, Blake.
I think I went Oakley District for this one. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right.
No, I think they'll win. And as you said, Jared, this is the sort of, where you want to be sort of thing. But Damien Hardwick said it the other week, actually, on his press conference, it's called Big Boy Month. So that's what he calls July, the Big Boys Month. So I guess he's definitely up and about. Tim Hardwick, after his son's had a big win over your Pies, Jared, which is even better. But we'll move on.
Not me mentioning it would have been enough.
Scoresby take on the Basin. I'm going to go Scoresby. I think Scoresby 100% get the job done over the Bears. And then this game here, this is the match of the round in third division, I reckon. Sylvan taking on Upper Ferntree Gully.
Where at?
At Sylvan.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if you guys saw E-Fanel Insight. I don't know if he was out. I'm not sure. I'll have to see what Ryan's doing. I know he's a busy man. But Sylvan have got a very good record at home, but away, they're 0-6.
Yep.
Are we going to go an Upper Gully upset here today, or do Sylvan decide that we know how good Sylvan's been and they get a win today? What's your verdict on this one?
Well, they're 6-1 at home. I believe in that loss came to Knox. I think it was only by a couple kicks. So I've completely sold my stocks on Sylvan. I think, looking at it from a finals perspective, they can make finals if you're 0-6 away from home. It's forget about it. But although, you have to give credit to them, they've made Sylvan Recreation Reserve a fortress. But I think especially coming up against a side like Upper Ferntree Gully, who've been doing really well in the last few weeks and the last couple of months as well, I just think, although we know how good Sylvan are at home, and normally if you see them at home, you tip them. If you see them away, you tip against them. I just think this is a side that they're coming up against now that are in a much better position than they were probably at the start of the season, or what people expected them to be at the start of the season. So I think this is just one of those cases where, although Sylvan will play a lot better than what we've seen them play away since they're on their home turf, they'll make a good account of themselves. I just think Upper Gully, if they really want to cement themselves as the team outside the top two that can really push to be there at the pointy end of the season, I think they win this game, and I've tipped Upper Gully.
And I think I went Sylvan. I went Sylvan for this one, I think, or did I go Upper Gully?
Upper Gully, Blake.
Oh, Upper Gully. I don't know about that one. Might have been a typo.
How quickly can we edit that?
Might have been a typo by Ryan Long there, our media manager, of course. But we might take a short break.
Just quickly before we do, boys, so if I can put the onus to you. So we touched on this last week. We've touched on it a few times since Dane Swan got to Oakley District. Obviously, it's top 5 play finals in Division 3. They currently sit there with a record of 5-8. Now, last season they made it at 8-10, meaning through their next 5 games, 5 weeks left in the season, if we're saying that's the same pass mark, which it might be a bit higher, but if we're saying for argument's sake the same pass mark, they need to take 3 wins out of their next 5 games, which is, who do they have? Knox at home today, Upper Gully away, you'd probably put that down as a loss.
Yep.
Ferntree Gully away now has to be a win.
Has to, yep.
I think. Fair Park at home has to be a win. And then round 18 might be the decider where they play away to the Basin.
I think they've got the best run home. That's just what I reckon. I reckon Oakley District have got the best run home out of, sort of every team. So that's how I'll say. We're going to go on a break there. Thanks to that, Chris. It was really good to, break down a few things about how Oakley District are going. But we're going to take a short break here on the E-Fanel Game Day presented by Eastland. It's between the Whitehorse Pioneers and the Kilsyth Cougars.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Eastland. Match of the round played here between the Whitehorse Pioneers and the Kilsyth Cougars. An 8-point game, as we said. And as soon as I said it was a nice sunny day, I don't see any sunshine around here. It's overcast around here today, so as well. So I'm just not going to talk about the weather anymore. Every time I talk about it, it's just...
We tell you every time, Blake.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, so... It might even have a little bit of rain, which is not great, especially down on the boundary, but that's okay. So we've talked about Division 3 and Division 4, of course, as well. We heard our thing, so you can go back on the YouTube platforms and have a listen back to what we said about the other games. But now we're going to talk about all things Division 2. Now, I might just quickly go through a couple games that aren't really, sort of the big games sort of thing. So... Wanturna South taking on Ringwood. I think Wanturna South just get the job done. A couple of injuries as well for Wanturna South as well.
Taylor Leggett was one.
That's a big one.
Did we get word what was the go with Jesse Warner after last week?
I think it was an ankle. I think it is. So it could be missing. But Liam Hewitt comes back into the team, which is a big in, and he's had a really big year as well for the Devils, of course, this year as well. I've got the mass in front of me. He's kicked 25 goals in 11 games, so that's a big one as well for the Devils. So I think we all went the Devils for this one. Is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you. And Lilydale v Templestowe at the LSO, Lilydale Sports Oval. We all know Lilydale like to play really well at their home ground, but ever since then, they've only won 2 home games, and I think they might be on an 8-game losing streak, I do believe. So
they're not going to snap that against Templestowe.
No, so we all go on the Dockers for this one?
Yep, agreed.
They're playing some really good football. Now, this is a hard one, boys. Now, judging on ladder performances and how things go, Eastbourne were taking on Heathmont. Now, last time Heathmont and Eastbourne would play, I don't know if you guys saw, but Eastbourne, coming through on the microphones there. Someone's not happy, a reserves player as well. Eastbourne won by 55 points against Heathmont last time these two sides played. It's played at Eastbourne Reserve, of course, another ground that's hosting finals this year as well, which is really good. Good seeing Eastbourne back on the park as well for hosting finals. Of course, they used to host a lot of grand finals back in the day as well. But how are we seeing for this one? Do you see the Jets winning, or can we see an upset with Eastbourne beating the Jets? Because the Jets, they're in some good form. How are we seeing this one, boys?
I've actually gone and tipped Eastbourne. This was my my roughie of the week personally, but I just think they haven't been as bad as their ladder position has indicated that they are, and it shows that through their percentage. How many times are we going to see a team second off the bottom have a percentage of 90 plus? So I think they've been trending really well. I tipped them last week as well, but they couldn't quite get over the line. I think that was against Mulgrave. I just think that they're going to pop up with a couple wins here, and although their season is, although we regret to say it, they're not going to make finals. Their season's pretty much done. I still think that they're taking some really good steps in their form and the way that they're playing, and that they're trending really well. So I've tipped them. Then again, I don't know if we can read into the the reverse fixture from when they played Heathmont earlier on in the season. Obviously, we know they're two pretty much completely different teams now. Obviously, Heathmont with that really slow start. But yeah, this is my roughie of the week, so I've gone East Burwell, and I think I'm just about the only one on looking at the record.
I've gone with Heathmont for this one as well.
Yeah.
So Nathan Mullinger-McHugh obviously not in, but James Appleby is back in. So
which is another,
not a like for like, but still pretty big names. I think we've seen East Burwood play well against Heathmont in the past, but we've also seen Heathmont make a run towards the finals in 2023 when we thought that maybe their season was done. 2024 also, they charged towards the finals, and there was a 2-point loss against Baronia there that might have been the nail in the coffin. I think, honestly, they'll have the confidence in themselves. They'll have the belief that they've gotten their mojo back, so to speak. And I've got to say, I'm pretty bullish on the Jets for this one.
Yep, Jets for me as well. Surrey Park taking on Mulgrave. That's down at Surrey Park Reserve, of course. Our man will be definitely up and about for this one. I'm going to go Surrey Park here, just because of the home ground advantage. And if you have a look at the ladder, boys, it's a 2-game gap between third and fourth as well, and also a 3-game gap between 3 and 5th. So I think it's too early to say, but if Surrey Park can win this game, I think they're definitely going to lock up now third spot, and I can't see them, falling out of that top 3.
It's the double chance, and that's huge.
Yeah.
For sure.
For a side that's won back-to-back premierships as well, and seen them doing really well in second division. And now it's annoying sometimes because we all know that Surrey Park supporter that used to be with us, of course, and he loves his little Surrey Park side. So it's good to see, but I think we're all going to go Surrey Park for this one.
Yeah, Mulgrave haven't really stacked up against the teams above them very well so far this season. So yeah, this is Surrey Park for me. I've tipped them.
Yeah.
I can see Mulgrave trying to big themselves up for this one, but their defence just isn't there. I think they leak too many scores. They have won the past 3 games, but they were against lower scoring sides generally, and those were some of the largest scores that those teams have kicked.
We expected them to win those games.
Exactly.
Yep, of course. So we're all going Surrey Park for that one. Crawdon taking on Waverley Blues. Now this one is a big one, I reckon. I think Waverley Blues, we haven't seen the real Waverley Blues, and, Chris, I think you even said that, are we going to get the real Waverley Blues, or are we just going to get that lame old, sort of Waverley Blues as well that we, so they've been playing finals footy, and they've just been really disappointing, this year, and are we going to get the real Waverley Blues?
Yeah, well, look, hopefully for you not to put too many harsh words in my mouth. But no, look, I've always...
You did say that.
No, I have.
Under the bus you go.
In a more polite way. No, but yeah, I have said, look, I obviously really like the Waverley Blues as a club and everything they do for us, especially when we're there and in talking to them for interviews and articles or whatever. But in terms of their on-field progress, obviously they have the young squad, and we know that young squads at times can be inconsistent, but it just feels like every time so far this season, when they've looked to take that step forward and take that leap forward, they've just stumbled and they can't quite get that really break through and find their form and string some wins together, which is what I've said a few times in the past as well. So I think the gap between their best footy and their worst footy at this stage is probably a bit too big. But if they play their best footy, sure they can win. If they don't play their best footy, you don't really see them getting any chance against Crawdon, who are going to be playing at Crawdon Park over, so playing at home, and obviously a complete shutdown defensive team. So really, we don't know what Waverley Blues side we're going to get. We don't know what Waverley Blues performance we're going to get. But anything less than their best, I think, and it's a Blues win. It's a Crawdon Blues win, I should say.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Blues.
I think Waverley Blues, they're going to have, if they win it, they're going to have to win it in bursts because, and they're going to have to make the most of those swings of momentum throughout the game, because Crawdon just have this ability to flick a switch and lock down a game sort of almost whenever they want. And I think it comes down to on-field leadership. Fraser Smith would be a huge part of that, no doubt. And I think it just comes to a good amount of just grit, I suppose, grit and concentration. So if that lapses for a bit, Waverley Blues are going to have to score quickly, and they're going to have to score heavily, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make the most of those chances.
Fair enough. So there you have it, second division, of course. We're going to move our attention now to first division. I think we might talk a bit more about Premier. I think timing and all that. But there's a couple of big games as well. I just want to talk about Park Orchards, Murrelbach. I think we're going to go to the Sharks for this one.
Yep.
Murrelbach do bring in Caden Mackey as well, which is a big one for the Mustangs to bring back after a really tough year for the Mustangs. They've lost a lot of players as well. So I think we're all going to go to Sharkies for this one.
Yep.
Bayswater Norwood. Now, you would think a couple of weeks ago, Bayswater win this comfortably, but the way Bayswater's been playing, and they haven't. I know they challenged Park Orchards last week. They were winning, I think, by maybe 2 points. No, they were down by 2 points three-quarter time, and then Park Orchards won by 25 points. How do we adjust this one? Do we see Norwood getting their first win, or do we see Bayswater just doing enough to win this one?
I think I've got to go with Bayswater on this one. At home, I know that it's Norwood's best chance for a win, so they're going to, mark this on the whiteboard, pick themselves up for it for sure. But I just don't think they will have the quality, unfortunately, to best Bayswater, who, they've challenged sides. They've beaten Beaconsfield. They've challenged sides in the past that we wouldn't have expected them to. I think they're coming into it with a bit of belief, I would imagine, and they play the home ground, at least historically, pretty well. And so I think it's just going to be too much for Norwood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Just
Bayswater?
Yeah, Bayswater. Norwood haven't really shown me anything to suggest that we should be tipping them at this stage. So, I'm going with Bayswater.
And then the other two big games, of course. Now, this one, on paper, you'd say the Saints in South Belgrave, because it's the Saints off today. North Ringwood taking on South Belgrave. Is this the game? Is this the game where South Belgrave lose their first game, or do you see South Belgrave just doing what they're doing at the moment, playing some incredible football? Is this the game where North Ringwood, win, or are the Saints just going to keep doing what they're doing and go marching in South Belgrave?
I would be shocked if this was the game that they dropped, to be honest. I thought if they were going to drop any game, especially with all the outs that they had last week and playing a Beaconsfield outfit that I believe we're playing at Beaconsfield Home Park as well at home. So they won that game. They've been blowing teams around them out of the water by, however many points you'd like, or however many points they feel like on the day, it seems. So, North Ringwood have been trending nicely, but I think it was the North Ringwood head coach that was on the weekend recovery episode. Yeah, Matt Price. So we heard from him, and he said it's not so much exactly a free hit that he said on that podcast episode, but it was more just a bit of a test of a yardstick. So it's more North Ringwood are going to get more out of this game, even if they lose, because they're going to learn, where they're at, and obviously when you play the top sides, you learn where your weaknesses are. But yeah, I just think South Belgrave have been too good. I think the opportunity for them to drop a game has passed now from the last couple of weeks with Park Orchards and Beaconsfield. So I've tipped South Belgrave.
South Belgrave for me, Jared.
North Ringwood were my roughie. I still wouldn't be I still expect South Belgrave to win for sure. But I think if they are to lose a game in the run home, it would have to be this one. I know that North Ringwood, look, it is an interesting sort of mindset they'd be going into it with, especially given that they haven't won a game against any of the other top five sides, which is, a bit of a red flag for mine, obviously. It's that situation where I think at Quamby, it's their best chance to take this sort of a scalp. It's best chance to build momentum heading into the finals. And, if they are going to be a contender, then they're at least going to get close today.
Yep. So we're going to move our attention to Premier. I think we might have time for a little bit of Premier talk as well. We love talking about Premier footy, of course. But there's a couple one-sided sort of games, I think we all know, that could go, the sides here. East Ringwood taking on Berwick. Can we make some room for the Wickers, or are East Ringwood just going to run away with this one?
I don't think I can make the case for Berwick, unfortunately, in this one. East Ringwood, they've just got too many styles on too many lines, and Berwick, look, they'll give a good account of themselves as they most often do. But look, if they keep it close at half time, then I think that's a win in my book for the Wickers.
Yep.
Yeah, it's probably the pass, Mike. I'd agree if they can just hang with them for a bit. But I mean, looking at of course, how good East Ringwood's, midfield is and how well they move the ball with. I mean, looking at today, Josh Tovey's in, James Bealow's in, Connor Downey's in, both the Waitmans are playing. how do you stop that, really? So, yeah, I've gone with the Roos.
Baldwin taking on Mitcham down at Baldwin Park. Do we see the Tigers?
Mitcham.
Sorry, not at Mitcham. Tigers and Baldwin. Of course, Mitcham playing in their NAIDOC jumpers as well. You can check that out on the Mitcham socials, of course. I think Charman Impey may have done something with the jumper as well, which is a great site. You can check that out on Mitcham Footy Club socials as well. Do we make a case for Baldwin to beat Mitcham comfortably, or do you have a case for Mitcham to beat Baldwin? I'm going the Tigers and Baldwin comfortably, I reckon.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. They're building a nice gap between them and Roeville in fourth now, so they've really kind of locked down that top three, you think, at this stage. And, I mean, I just don't see them dropping the game like this with how they've been going all season. They've been playing really well. They've been winning well, winning ugly. Whatever we've asked them to do, they've pretty much done, apart from, really taking it to those teams above us. But in saying that, they did beat Blackburn last week or a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah, I just think Baldwin are making that gap nicely, and they'll win this one and extend that.
Yeah, they're too classy, too professional. They're not going to drop a game like this.
Yeah. And I think we saved our best, of course, for the Sunday game, standalone game. We'll be there. I don't know if you guys I haven't checked the sheet off the top of my head. Are we all going to be there Sunday?
I'll be there, yep.
I will not be, unfortunately. The Baird Brasher Cup, I love the Vermont Roeville game, but sadly not.
So that's a Sunday game. That will be, you'll hear that game more tomorrow, of course, as it's a standalone game. So you'll talk more on that on Facebook and YouTube. Not on radio as well for that game as well. So just on Facebook and YouTube between Vermont and Roeville down at Vermont Recreation Reserve. So I think these are the two match of the rounds in Premier on the Saturday, of course. Obviously, we are here, of course, so it can't be the match of the round. But South Croydon played Doncaster East. Now, I haven't really been too happy with how Doncaster East has been going lately. And they obviously beat Vermont on the weekend last week, which is a massive win and all that. But they lost to Berwick and Noble Park, who at the start of the year, boys, let's face it, they weren't going to do that well. But
we thought.
We thought, but now Noble Park are in the 5 as we speak right now. So do we make a case for South Croydon, or is this like a real, come on boys, we've got to win today in Doncaster East against South Croydon? Past Players Day as well for South Croydon, so a few familiar faces, of course. Well, Dano King still plays some pretty good football, and he's 38, so he's playing some good footy. How do we see this one?
Yeah, I just think it's two sides that we've been, a bit disappointed with. Obviously, I've found it really hard to get a read for Doncaster East over the course of the season, but there's a few clubs in the middle of, mid-table in Premier that are a bit like that. But I just think at this stage, although they've started slow, they've been, running out their games really well, and you've got to give them credit for that. They had a good second half last week that got them the win against Vermont. It was then, I think. So I just think they've been bringing games. They've been running them out. They've been bringing them home nicely. So I'll go Doncaster East for this one.
I think I went Doncaster East as well. Jared, who have you gone and why?
I've also gone Doncaster East. It's two sides that fade out of games a little too often for my liking. So it's about, again, who makes the most of those momentum swings, who's going to score quicker. And I think the Josh Shackey factor is just a little bit too much. I mean, we can't ignore Wilson and Sheridan down in the forward line for South Croydon, of course. But Josh Shackey's just been too consistent this year. I've been very impressed.
And I just have a little bit of a hunch with South Croydon. Past Players Day today, that could definitely fill them up for this game, of course. South Croydon, they have an okay record against Doncaster East and playing in many finals, of course. And I think South Croydon got them last year as well. I've tipped Doncaster East, but I wouldn't be surprised if South Croydon win this game. That's just how I feel. And
I wouldn't be shocked either way.
Yeah. So we've all gone Doncaster East for that one as well. Pardon me. Noble Park taking on Blackburn at Pat Wright Senior Oval today. Sorry about that one. This is an interesting one. Noble Park have been playing some really good football, and we know how good Blackburn's been playing as well. So it's a hard one because obviously, we said about Noble Park, and I did not expect Noble Park to be in the 5 and, all that. And they're definitely not having any sleepovers. I did mention that one. But Blackburn have been the surprise team of the competition, only dropping the 2 games, of course. But how do we see for that one? Do we make a case for Naval Park to do another impossible win and all that? But how do we see? Just get your tip. Sorry, boys, we're running out of time, unfortunately.
I'll go Blackburn.
Yep.
I'm going Blackburn as well.
Blackburn as well in a close one down at Pat Wright Senior Oval. All right, well, that will be it for pre-game. Of course, in the reserves, it was the Pioneers in Whitehorse 15-11-101 defeating Kilsyth 5-9 long. And Jared Beelan, as they call the game as well. Should be an exciting game down here in an 8-point game for the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Springfield Park for the Eastland match of the round. Whitehorse taking on Kilsyth. Big top 4 Division 4 clash. It's the first time we've been out at Springfield Park since 2018. Been quite a while since we've been able to head out here, and it's a pleasure to take us underway into this big Division 4 clash. We've got a full crew team about to be assembled out here. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with the EFNL at the moment, joined by Ray Baird and Paul Uconi for the first time this afternoon. Ray, great to have you on board on another Saturday. It's a big weekend. We've got Sunday footy as well, live streamed, and of course this game, a top 4 clash, and a couple of late outs for Whitehorse. Just, I think, makes this one a little bit more interesting.
Well, I know I've got one down here. One of their main one out.
Dalglish.
Who's the other one?
Well, Young was the other one who he's not selected, but played last week and was important.
Right.
So.
Yeah, no, it's good down to 3 this clash. It's a very important clash for Division 4. Both these sides, could drop out if things don't go their way for the rest of the season. So it's as you said, Ryan, it's been a few years since we've been down here to the Pioneers ground, and a good crowd's here, and it's not a bad day for football.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic day again for another July Saturday. We've done quite well with the weather. Paul Uconi back again on a Saturday afternoon. We'll keep keeping track of all the scores around the ground. Some big games today. I'm sure you're looking forward to keeping an eye on everything.
Yeah, certainly plenty of big games this afternoon and also this one as well, 8-point game for these two sides.
Yeah, 100%. Both sides have had stages of the season where they've been really on top of the division almost, and then other stages where they've struggled a little bit. And form line probably still sticks with the Pioneers. Some big outs on both sides, really, when you look at it. Yeah. But they've got Croydon North, Emlock Jared, who's knocking on the door for a final spot, and they're desperate to get in this year for the first ever time. So we'll go down boundary in just a moment. In fact, we will go down the boundary because Blake Tennant and Chris Cortis are in the middle of the ground. I think they just saw the coin toss.
Yes,
Blake.
we did. Whitehorse will be kicking to the, of course, I'm just going to do my maths here. They'll be kicking to the right of your screen.
Club room's in.
The club room's in as well. So, in perfect conditions for footy. I'd love to be playing here, of course. So I'm going to go the Pioneers as well for a tip as well. I think the Pioneers get the job done as well. I think a bit of wind around here. It's kind of where we are standing here, where the wind is really evening up. But
which way is the wind going, mate?
Probably the north, I would say. So where the club, where the benches are, that's where the wind's kind of going at the moment.
And Chris Cortis also down on the boundary line with Blake, both on the pre-game this afternoon. Chris, your tip today and your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I've tipped Kilsyth. Obviously, it's two teams that have just had a bit of disappointing form as of late. But yeah, I've gone Kilsyth. I think they've just got a bit too much class along their lines today, and they'll get over the top of them as well. It is also just worth mentioning this middle of the ground here where the ball up circles are. It's quite dug up from the game before us as well. So maybe something to keep an eye on in the centre.
Yeah, 100%. And where you guys are, I don't know if you're still in the square, but there's not much room from the square to the boundary line on that side of the field.
It's probably, in my opinion, I reckon it's a 2 kick and then you kick the goal, I reckon. So that's how well I see it. But it's where we are right now. There's a massive mud pit right here, so we're going to try to stay away from that. But all in all, really good conditions.
Yeah, thanks, boys. We'll keep you updated across the afternoon. Jared Beanland also in the play-by-play chair. Great to have you back on a Saturday, Arvo.
Good to be with you, Ryan, and all the guys, of course. And I'm very very stoked for this one. Blake, what have you got for us?
So just a key number change as well. So Liam Henderson, wearing the number 3, is wearing the 25. So
25.
Yep. So
thank you, Blake, as we're going to get stuck into it. First bounce out here at Springfield Park. Whitehorse trying to break through and get first centre clearance. Ball comes out now. A chance for Nelson. Got rid of it. Kilsyth stole it and go inside 50 for the first time this afternoon. No mark taken. Ball hit the deck. There's Ivanovic around this one. Dangerous when they really get going. We'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Cougars in the opening 30 seconds of this clash at Springfield Park. The ball up, tapped down, that time from Boakes towards the boundary side. Kilsyth looking to keep this one alive. The kick away, bouncing into the hands of Jacob Virtue. Just got his hands away in time, under a lot of pressure. Kilsyth able to cut this one off, but enough numbers around the footy here for Whitehorse. Stoffels was tackled and we'll get a ball up on that far side.
Yeah, great pressure by Kilsyth then when Whitehorse were moving along that outer side.
Yes, that's something that Coach Damien Murray was talking about, trying to lock down the clearances a little bit. And they'll be able to get it inside 50. Bouncing ball towards the top of the goal square. Goodinson taps it to try and get some advantage, but it's just trickled over the boundary line. We'll have a stoppage.
Kilsyth doing all the attacking in the first couple of minutes of this game.
Boundary as well, sorry boys.
Blake.
And also I think Damien also mentioned that there's 6 under-19s playing for Kilsyth today, which is great to see.
Yeah, no, that is excellent. Quite an interesting dynamic, no doubt, for them to debut with all their mates, as Damien Murray said. We'll have a secondary
and I bet Blake Tennant, you know every one of them, don't you?
I don't, unfortunately, Ray.
Henschel tries to scrag it out. It's come into some space here, trying to paddle it to himself. There is Goodinson once more. He comes to ground. Bit of pressure in the defensive lines for Whitehorse. Manage another stoppage. So Kilsyth, it could be dangerous from this area. They do have a couple of goal sneaks down there. Chasing it was Jackson. He's gone up against his fellow number 8 in Parsons. Yet another ball up there. Stoppage after stoppage. Kilsyth just circling, trying to get that first blood on the board. Fabris, though, with the clearance. It's now come to Sim. His kick clears the lines. It's fallen into some space. Drew Sells will pick it up. No, that was Lamb, in fact. Got it out to a teammate who tried to bustle his way through. Jacob Virtue says, no, you don't.
That's a great tackle then by Virtue.
Yeah, that was excellent. And he's going to find the running player because he got the free kick. It was out to Carroll. Spearing ball and a chest mark taken at left half forward for the Pioneers. And it's in the hands of Lionel Hunt. He's been the inclusion, the like-for-like inclusion, I suppose, for Tommy Young. And let's see what Lionel Hunt can do for the Pioneers. He's going to line up for this one. This is his senior debut, was against Croydon North a couple of weeks ago. He's just pulled it to the right. Big mark in the goal square, though, for the Pioneers. And it looks like it's going to be Riley Berzins.
He timed his jump perfectly. Everyone else seemed to go a little bit earlier. He was a late one up, but he got higher than anybody else, and a great mark there right on the goal line.
Just 18 years old, I believe. He's kicked just one goal in his senior career thus far for Whitehorse, and there's his second. And the Pioneers with the first blood.
Yeah. Been playing 3 minutes, 45 seconds. We've had one entry inside each, forward 50s, and a goal to the Pioneers.
So Pioneers on the board, 1 straight 6 to Kilsyth, no score in the first 4 minutes of this clash out at Springfield Park.
Good ball movement by the Pioneers as well down this near side.
Yeah, made the most of that opportunity, and we're back in the middle again.
I think that's one way they're going to catch Kilsyth out, is we keep that ball moving quickly.
Yeah, 100%. So going up in the ruck that time, no one really got clear possession of it. It was Boakes for Whitehorse, and wrapped up in a tackle. Jackson means we'll do it all again. Another ball up in the middle of the ground. Boakes wins this time. The ball's still not going anywhere from centre of the ground. Boakes versus Browning. Ball comes out here for Kilsyth, who get the clearance forward towards the half-forward line. Bouncing footy just went straight into the hands of Elliott, who puts the shot on goal and has hit the woodwork. So just a minor score. One behind to Kilsyth. They trail to a Whitehorse 1 straight 6.
An opportunity gone missing then for Kilsyth. He had more time than what he thought, actually.
Hit the woodwork so hard it bounced another 20 metres back into play. So done it was, picks out Sims, he out-muscles his man Aiton, kicks it to the corridor, dangerous stuff, and he's turned it over. Sells takes the mark. Looking for some options. Fielding the offers down the line for Kilsyth. Now who's it come to? Nearly marked by Goodinson. He was worn heavily by his man. Henschel picks it up in the pocket. Tackled immediately, though, by Chris Gilliand. And we'll have yet another forward stoppage for Kilsyth. It seems like something that they'll need to make the most of, the Cougars, because they're getting a lot of them. They just need to find some clear air to score that goal. They didn't that time. So the defensive pressure for Whitehorse still on point. Boakes tapped it right down to a Kilsyth player. We'll get who it was in a second. It looks like it was Daniel Ivanovic, and he snapped the goal. And it's been levelled now for 1 goal apiece. It's 1-1-7 Kilsyth to 1 straight 6 Whitehorse with 6 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. An excellent little bit of goal sneak play there. We're just going to have to confirm who that it was indeed. Maybe we can get the boundary riders onto that one, because we were completely blindsided to the number.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit blindsided too. I couldn't find who that was, but I can definitely find out because next to the boxes here. So, sorry, boys.
Thanks, Blake. And that was just perfect roving to the Whitehorse ruckman in Boakes, as the Pioneers once again under a bit of pressure on the half-back line. They have won a free kick here. It is going the way of the Pioneers, and Nelson will take this kick as the short option just inside the boundary line there. Parsons was able to take the mark, goes inbound, dangerous kick using the corridor once again, but it's worked out okay. The mark is taken. And going forward now, Glede has another player opening Gilliland to take the mark. Bit of slow movement at the moment, but they've worked this up the ground so far, taking each mark. There's another one on the far side now, about 70 out from Pioneers goals in front of their interchange benches. Going forward now, Nelson will send them back inside 50 for the second time this afternoon. Slip through the hands of Daniel Horvat. And the Kilsyth defence look to go on the attack quickly, but the kick on the wing turned over, and the mark is taken by Matt Peter Budge. Coming into the side is the late inclusion and has a short option in front of him. It's Maverick Gleed again. Gleed sticking across, tight on that boundary line. They take another mark still, a long way out from home. Now into attack, inside 50. Kilsyth look to have front position to take this mark, and they do in defence, holding up nicely.
So he found the handball on the outer side. Mark taken down the line. This is Henschel. Goes to the corridor to Ray, and now they're chaining up with handballs. Ends up with Ray again. Smashes it down the line, but only into the defence of the Whitehorse Pioneers. And the mark was taken well by Savvy. He kicked it out, trying to switch the play up, and it's just spilled over the boundary line, didn't hit the target. Blake down on that boundary line.
Yes, just a following up on that goal. It was number 7, Jake Henschel from Kilsyth.
Excellent, thank you very much, Blake. So it's going to be thrown in. Tap goes the way of Kilsyth. The man was tackled immediately, bustling through Van Vegten. And he's just sprayed it to the left, and the one behind moves the needle to 1-2-8 to the Pioneers. 1 straight 6. We're 9 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So the Pioneers looking to bring it back into play. Interesting game so far here at Springfield Park. Using the corridor again. Run down there with Sim.
Yeah, great run down then by that player. Great run down.
Absolutely, and now for McKinley Aiden to move this one forward for the Cougars. Dangerous kick, almost cut off, couldn't quite take the mark, as it's still in possession of Cosham. Dangerous handball through the middle of the ground. Now Fabris for the Pioneers, looks to switch it towards the far side, keeping it in front of himself was Burzins. Again, Fabris involved, tapped forward by the Cougars. As the Pioneers now once again use the corridor. It's just all numbers for Kilsyth, but no one wanted to mark the ball that bounced in front of Sheepers. They were lucky to get away with that because there was 4 of them, not one took the mark. On that far wing, there's Ray. Tapped towards the boundary side. Picked up that time by the Pioneers. And they gain a bit of territory. McDougall with the handball forward. Inside 50 again to Vanovic. Got hands to it. Ball slipped through his hands. Applying the pressure down back. So both sides a little fumbly.
The last time that the Pioneers have gone inside 50, they've just bombed the ball in. They've got to lower their eyes and hit a target.
Yeah, I wonder how much of an effect that is of Young not being there. Stripped of it immediately was Burzins, so Kilsyth will gain another stoppage there in that defensive line. Thank you so much for joining us here on Eastland Game Day with the EFNL Division 4 clash between 3rd and 4th, Kilsyth and Whitehorse. Both teams look like they're finals bound potentially, but a win here is of course important. Kilsyth earned themselves the free kick from that stoppage, and they're going to switch up the play. We've got Max Lefebvre to slam it down the line. The tie roping the boundary line. Did it stay in? No. So the bouncing ball finds its way over right in front of us here in the van. Waiting on the stoppage. Browning will go into the ruck against Boakes. Henschel to try and extract it. It was Van Vegten in the end to get the kick down. 2-on-2 in the defence for Whitehorse was Savvy. Couldn't take the mark, but tried to take the ball away. He was tackled. Good forward pressure by Kilsyth, forcing these stoppages. Able to give themselves some opportunities here. Boakes tapped it down, but it's gone straight to Jackson, who's flailed away. It was Elliott, in fact, Trent Elliott. Flailed away at goal, and he pushed it to the right, and yet another behind. So the opportunities are there for Kilsyth, but they're not quite capitalising.
One thing that's obvious, Boakes getting all the knockouts, but the Pioneers are not, taking advantage of it.
No, they haven't so far. As a long kick out of defence towards us, broadcast side. Great mark taken there by Daniel Horvat, right in front of us as he goes down the line. And another mark on the chest for the Pioneers as Sim came off the side of the boot, and again Kilsyth had some numbers around this ball. Ball falls out to Stoffelsdale, tight on the boundary line, got the handball off to McDougall, but out of bounds inside 50. And just their disposal going into their forward half has just probably been a little bit off, and obviously with no Young there, it's going to change the dynamic of this forward line structure. We'll certainly see how that progresses across the afternoon. Fabris, did he get his handball away in time? No, he didn't. So Kilsyth defensively been okay and probably had a fair bit of it. There's Ivanovic, such an important player for the Cougars. He looks to go forward, but it's cut off and a very dangerous spot. The ball comes out. Now Hunt got the kick away. They go back. The handball from Gleed. And they maintain possession of the footy. Here's Haining from outside 50. Will load up towards goal. Holds its line. Not quite touched on the line there by Sheepers. So just a minor score. 117 Whitehorse, 139 Kilsyth.
Well done to Kilsyth then. Not only one, but they had 2 players right on the line.
Yeah, they were ready for that, and I think that's good awareness by the Cougars as they're going to try and chip it out of their defensive line. The mark's been taken by Muschetti. Finds a short option. They're being patient with this one. Ray it was, and now over to the other side. Kilsyth will go up the outer wing.
Out of bounds.
And that was out of bounds, so not great kicking there. So Whitehorse will bring it back in. Not great kicking there either. They have to find the handball back, and the lead-up mark has been taken. I believe this is Lionel Hunt. He's looking for options, considering whether or not to take the shot at goal, or to find perhaps a Horvat or a Berzins or some other likely goal kicker. He's going to go himself. Oh, and he nearly got it, but it was a good effort, I think, especially from that angle. Just the one behind, however. Whitehorse moved to 128. Kilsyth 139. We're 14 and a half minutes gone in the Eastland match of the round.
So clearing kick. It's not a good one. It's turned over. Parsons takes the mark on the chest, and it's probably been the story of this first 15 minutes of the quarter. Both sides, foot use, so just a lot of turnovers, and especially in a coming out of defence too. And this will give a chance for Caleb Parsons to line up. He'll be kicking from just outside the arc. Good looking kick. It's not quite going to, in fact, it stays in, but Ivanovic will tap it across the line. And just another minor score, but that ties things up 1-3-9 apiece. 15 minutes gone, first term.
And now it's Kilsyth not able to escape their backline, although with a mark down here right in front of us, they're going to be able to. It was Daniel Ivanovic there, gets the kick inboard, and I think this is Luke Ivanovic to take the kick. He's going to have to step around Horvat, who might have taken him high. No, holding the ball. So big mistake there by Kilsyth, letting that happen, and Horvat finds his man Lionel Hunt, and he's going to take another shot. Same sort of angle, different side of the ground.
That was poor play by Luke Ivanovic. Then you've got to be aware of what's around you if you're going to play on like he did. The opposition player was about 2 steps away from him.
I'm shocked that he didn't see him.
Yeah.
He's probably one of the bigger men on the ground, Horvat. But Lionel Hunt, he's come in. He's got another shot at goal.
That is a nice kick.
And it was a good kick before that didn't quite make it, but this time it has. And Whitehorse will get their second. They move to 2-3-15. Kilsyth 1-3-9. 16 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Hunt's been prominent in the first 10 minutes or so of the game. You know, for a guy that's only played, his second game or so for the season, he's really been prominent.
So second on the board for the Pioneers.
I'd just like to see Kilsyth go down the corridor a little bit more. I think coming out of that back 50, they're going wide all the time. Sometimes you just got to risk it and go down the corridor.
So Haining against Browning here, but there has been a free kick awarded to the Pioneers. Could have been 6-6-6 as Haining goes forward, and right in front of us, broadcast side, the mark is taken by Daniel Horvat. Too far out to score. We'll put it towards a hot spot. It's about 1-on-4. Still a chance here for the Pioneers. Couldn't quite control it at ground level. Good Berzins. And we'll get a ball up 10 metres out from the Pioneers' goals. Ball comes out. We'll get another stoppage. This is right where the Pioneers want it. With 17.5 minutes into this first term. 2-3 plays 1-3. Trying to get this one out of the ruck was Horvat and was going nowhere. Tackled well by Mitchell Jacobs for the Cougars. And we'll do it up again. Umpire wastes no time to ball it up. Punched away. And we'll get a follow-up ball up to this umpire. Is very quick to get it going. Browning sells, taps it. Stolen there by McDougall. Fell into his lap. His kick is too far wide and it is out of bounds on the full. So no score. And we'll go to the score centre for the first time this afternoon with Paul.
So in Premier Division, South Croydon 1-2-8 lead, Donny East 1 straight 6, Baldwin 1 behind lead, Mitcham yet to score, East Ringwood 2-3-15 lead, Berwick 1 straight 6, and Blackburn 1 behind to Noble Park yet to score.
Thank you, Paul. So 2 kicks down the line by Kilsyth, and once more they've turned it over. It was Dunn who took the intercept mark. He's just going to send a high one in hope and give the ball straight back to Kilsyth with another intercept mark. They're going to look for the wings again. This is McKinley Ayton. He's got some speed on him and a decent kick as well. Diving mark taken. Very well done by Daniel Ivanovic. And that's the mark that they needed to send it back inside forward 50. It was a floater of a kick. I didn't like that. And it's going to cause a stoppage here as Browning ends up on the bottom of it. No, it comes back out. Henschel now sees a man free in the corridor, picks him out. I believe Leo Henderson with the ball now. Little chipping option. Ayton just couldn't handle it. Haining just picks him up.
Boundary.
Let's go to Chris Cordes on the boundary line.
Just quickly, guys, Ray mentioned before that Kilsyth were using the corridor so much. It might be because Tom Dunn's just setting up as a spare behind the ball for the Pioneers.
Thank you very much. So straight into, back down to forward line for Whitehorse, and Horvat's taken the mark from that clearance. It was 2 kicks and bang.
He paid the free kick, actually. He was holding.
Thank you very much, Ray.
Definitely there. Head was wrapped around him.
That was quite amusing there. He just picked, Haining just picked Ayton up like a child. Yeah. And Horvat now to go back and try and slot his first for the day. 29 goals for the season thus far. 54 last year, which was a personal best for him in the senior side. The main spearhead, of course, the two-headed beast of Horvat and Young. It's missing one head today, but let's see what Horvat can do on his own. Well, he's speared his first for now. And that will be Whitehorse's third. They'll move to 3-3-21 to Kilsyth 1-3-9. And let's get some more scores around the grounds with Paul.
In Div 1, Beakey 1 straight 6, lead Boronia yet to score. Bayswater 4 straight 24, lead Norwood yet to score. And South Belgrave 1-3-9, lead North Ringwood yet to score.
And I think that just on that last passage of play, that's where they look the most dangerous. If they can isolate Horvat one-on-one, that's where he's going to do a lot of his best work. He has got a lot of his possessions up the ground this afternoon so far, but back in the middle again, can Kilsyth get the response? There's a free kick here going towards the Pioneers, holding the ball, free kick. So taking this is Harrison Prout. Looks like he wants to switch it towards the far side, has a player open by himself, takes the mark on the chest. So here's Matt Peter-Budge, who sends him into attack. One-on-one, there's Horvat again, couldn't quite control it. And wrapped up, we'll get a boundary throw in. 3-3-21 plays 1-3-9, 12-point lead to the Pioneers. Paul Uconi around the grounds.
In Div 2, East Burwood lead 3-1-19 to Heathmont 1-2-8. Mulgrave 1 behind to Surrey Park yet to score. Wanney South 1-2-8 to Ringwood 1-1-7. And Waverley Blues 2-2-14 to Croydon 1-3-9.
Out here it's a 12-point lead to the Pioneers, who are deep into attack. Underneath this one, Stoffels called for a ball up. Coming up to the 22nd minute mark of this first term. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Browning got the tap down. Pioneers win the clearance. Bouncing towards the boundary line, over and out. We'll get a boundary throw in on the far side, the far pocket. Some more scores around the grounds in Division 3.
In Div 3, Ferntree Gully 4-3-27 to Coldstream 1-2-8. Knox 3-2-20 to Oakley District 2 behinds. The Basin 3-1-19 to Scoresby 1-6. And Upper Gully 3-1-19 to Sylvan 2-4-16.
Kilsyth out of defence. It's going to be a free kick. Sells has got this and it will be advantage, but it's on just at the moment in behind the scenes. As Sells goes down the line and out of bounds on the full. And we'll have to see the Pioneers take possession of it.
Drew Sells is a better kick than that.
But they did get the advantage as well with the late contact.
It was an awkward tackle there by Sim. You know, he went overboard a little bit with it.
That's right, it's done. Short kick is right in front of us and out of bounds on the full. So Drew Sells will take possession. Great to be out here at Springfield Park for the first time in quite a while for a senior men's match of the round, that is, as Sells towards centre half forward. Going up for the fly there, couldn't quite bring it down Machete. Pioneers work this through McDougall. Keeping the handball alive, there's Sells off the right boot. Works out okay, falls into the hands of Ivanovic. And just doesn't have to be pretty. Certainly wasn't a drop punt, as Ivanovic will be in range to have a set shot from here.
If he's a right footer, he's on the wrong side, really. It would be a good goal if he's a right footer and he puts this through.
Could be a Tobin Brothers goal a day contender if he puts this through. He'll be kicking from a tough angle.
Zero win, though. He only needs to do it straight, no matter what side he's on.
So Daniel Ivanovic for Kilsyth's second of the afternoon. He hits the post. And for the second time, Kilsyth have hit the woodwork. And they move to 1-4-10. Trailing the Pioneers 3-3-21. 24 minutes gone first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Definitely feel like Kilsyth really needed to take more of those opportunities early when they had plenty of stoppages in their forward line. Huge kick down the line by the Whitehorse Pioneers, marked, however, by Declan Lamb, so not particularly well directed. Now that's a directed kick, and it challenged Daniel Ivanovic to stand under it, but he was worked under the ball by his defender, and Whitehorse will take it out from here. Sim kicks to a 3-on-1. That was never going to work out unless Connell was perfect and took the mark. He has to turn tackler now. Does so. And it was Ivanovic who ends up at the bottom of that. Ball up. So back we go. Crashing in was Browning. Couldn't get near it though. Dunn's going to get shoved over the line. We'll have another ball in. 11-point lead to the Pioneers as we are heading towards a quarter time fairly soon. We're 25 minutes into this stanza. Browning just wrestles it out of the ruck contest, kicks it to a completely open centre half forward, so the race is on. Carroll will get to it first. Jackson for company, however. Goodenson's there too. The tackle was laid. Advantage paid. Kilsyth shot at goal. Oh, it's home. Oh, voice break for me. I don't know who kicked that though. Once again, we've got it was Jackson who was there, picked it up. It was him. Excellent goal. Wish I did him justice with the call.
There was nothing pretty about the entry into the forward 50, but they scrambled it good and they got the reward.
Absolutely. That moves into 2-4-16, trailing Whitehorse 3-3-21. 26 minutes gone first term. So back to 5 points here. Both sides have had their chances this quarter. I'll say the scoreboard probably reflects the game as it is at the moment, as the Pioneers look to get the clearance forward. Doing there nicely was Fabris. His handball was smothered. Follows it up again. Got the handball away this time to Parsons. Parsons towards the half-forward flank. Cut off here by the Cougars right on the quarter-time siren.
Just on that last play then, from the bounce until the ball was cleared, Fabris had 4 possessions.
Yeah, he was around it, wasn't he?
He had 4 possessions in a matter of 5 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll go to our first break here at the Eastland match of the round. The goal kickers for Whitehorse, Horvat, Berzians and Hunt, all with 1 goal each. And for Kilsyth, Henschel and Jackson, 1 goal apiece. We'll be back shortly. It's Whitehorse leading 3-3-21 to Kilsyth, 2-4-16.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation.
for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Springfield Park for the Eastland match of the round between Whitehorse and Kilsyth. Quarter time here, 3-3-21 the Pioneers, leading the Cougars 2-4-16. Entertaining first term out at Springfield, and we've got a full team to break that down, as well as get one of the coach interviews, of course, at quarter time by our boundary riders, both Blake Tennant and Chris Cordes. But Ray, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on that first term. Both sides at stages had the momentum, but I think probably ball use and a few inside 50s have been a little bit poor from both sides, so that neither side really capitalising on when they've got the momentum.
Yeah, you're dead right, Ryan. Both sides had a lot of the footy at certain stages, but it was just, I thought that we're coming out of the back six. Kilsyth went wide all the time. Sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and go down the corridor. And then on the other hand, when Whitehorse were going in, say they got a mark outside of 50, there's too many of their forwards going into that forward 50 area and congesting it. You know, some of them have got to stay out, and I think that's the difference between the two sides at the moment. Personally, I thought Whitehorse should have been probably another 2 goals in front, but they haven't capitalised.
The Pioneers, yeah, you're right. And they look like the side more likely to take the game on through the corridor or work it through switches. So we'll see how that all plays out in the second term. Before we hear from one of the coaches.
Yeah, just quickly, but also when they do kick it in the air, the taller players of Whitehorse are marking everything.
Yeah, that's right. Paul Yukona, who's in the score centre this afternoon. Just quickly, some scores around the grounds before we hear from our boundary riders.
In Premier Division, South Croydon 3-3-21 to Donny East 3-2-20. Bowen 2-3-15 to Mitcham 1-3-9. East Ringwood 3-6-24 to Berwick 2-2-14. And Blackburn 4-3-27 to Noble Park 1-6 in Div 1. Beaky 4-24 to Baronia, yet to score. Park Orchards 4-1-25 to Murrelbach 2-2-14. Bayswater 5-1-31 to Norwood 4 behinds, and South Belgrave 3-5-23 to North Ringwood 2-12 in Division 2. East Burwood 5-1-31 to Heathmont 4-2-26. Surrey Park 2-2-14 to Mulgrave 1-3-9. Wanney South 4-2-26 to Ringwood 2-1-13. Tempe 2-12 to Lilydale 5 behinds, and Waverley Blues 3-2-20 to Croydon 1-3-9 in Division 3. Ferntree Gully 5-3-33 to Coldstream 1-3-9. Knox 3-5-23 to Oakley District 3 behinds. The Basin 4-1-25 to Scoresby 3 straight 18, and Upper Gully 5-1-31 to Sylvan 3-4-22.
Let's go down the boundary. Chris Cordes.
Yes, guys, just before Blake grabs the Kilsyth head coach very quick, Jack, just a few things from the quarter time huddle from the Pioneers there. They were happy with how they were setting up behind the ball. Just wanted to make sure they didn't drop too many spare back, but obviously still wanted that one spare, which a lot of the time has been Tom Dunn so far. Now they are sending a tag to Ivanovic. I believe that's Daniel Ivanovic, number 2, and that's going to be the job of Jacob Virtue so far, I believe.
Boundary.
Let's go down boundary. Blake Tennant.
Yeah, it's just down Damien Murray. Damien, how do you sum up? You talked about holding the width, because obviously small ground. Is that something you want to try implement in this second quarter?
Yeah,
It's not a bad start by us. Yeah, obviously what you want to do on a smaller ground is you don't want to make it extra small by all having 18 blokes running to the one spot. So the boys know their spacings and they need to hold their width a bit better and make a smaller ground slightly larger and use the whole ground whilst also playing direct. So
another thing also you talked about, the corridor, obviously small ground. Is that another thing you also spoke about? Because kept kicking in there and maybe a few turnovers. Is that something you want to try and move for the second quarter as well?
I think we've just got to defend the corridor a lot better, Blakey. I think on a small deck you've got to use the centre square and the team that owns the centre square both defensively and offensively and uses it to their advantage and takes it away from the other team, makes it a disadvantage for the other team, will generally be the team who kind of controls possession. You control possession, Blake, you go a long way to winning a game of footy.
No worries. Thank you, Damien.
Thanks to Damien Murray, and Blake 10 it down on the boundary line. Kick forward here from the Pioneers, Gilliland inside 50. Socket off the ground there, trying to keep it in front of him there. Machete for the Cougars. Deeper and deeper into their defensive 50. They might see it out. The ball's picked off. Benz's got it away. His Hunt. Handballed into the pocket. Horvat. Impossible angle. And couldn't certainly get past the defender at full back in Lefebvre, who goes to the pocket to find Sells for the Cougars. Looking to get this one out of defence. Mark taken by Cody George. Their back half at the moment building this up on the far side. The mark is taken there by Daniel Vanovic, who was spoken about at the Whitehorse huddle. Vanovic down the line in front of the Pioneers bench, should I say. The mark is taken. The Cougars once again go inside 50. Good transition. Daniel Vanovic's around this one as well. Ball comes out. Luka Vanovic, should I say. A shot on goal to the left. Just a minor score. 2-5-17 Kilsyth. 3-3-21 Whitehorse.
So Whitehorse to bring the ball back in. It was interesting. I noticed Kilsyth actually started with two wingers on the near side, and I don't often see that. So Whitehorse to bring it back in, and it was straight out on the full, unfortunately. So here is Leo Henderson, who was one of those extra wingers. In fact, he's kicked it straight into the forward line. Tom Dunn was there, however, and he's going to slam it back out for Whitehorse at ground level. We've got Kilsyth just working it out pretty nicely. Easy mark taken by Drew Sells. He's going to assess his options. Does he find the corridor? Does he just send it longer? No, he sort of bites off the 45 with a very short kick. And it's McKinley Ayton. And he's going to go back wide. Mark taken by Max Lefebvre. Whitehorse set up well, but that's a decent kick. Good spearing pick out, and Muschetti will take the mark. Still perhaps a kick and a bit from goal, so he's going to set it to the top of the goal square. It was one for the leaders, but it came off hands and Whitehorse. Composure. Sim had his kick smothered. It's still in the hands of Whitehorse. They're happy to take it over the boundary line.
Boundary.
Let's go to Chris Cordes.
Jared, you mentioned that the Cougars had two out to the weak side. It's actually something that the Pioneers addressed and are okay with leaving for now. They just said they'll address the switch ball when it comes.
Thank you very much for that, Chris. It's one to keep an eye on, as is this bit of a wrestle there. I think
the two Ivanovics involved.
Yeah, brothers sticking up for each other. So the umpire's going to have to bring this ball back into play. Still a little bit on, but play continues. Haining tapped it down, trying to rove it there. It's Virtue at the bottom of that. Henschel wrapped up by Prout. So still 3-3-21 to 2-5-17 in the favour of Whitehorse. Tackle over the line, and it's going to be holding the ball. So Kilsyth will once again get an entry here.
Well, Sim's got to be careful just not to give away a 25-metre penalty. It looks like he's involved in just about everything in terms of the biff.
Yeah, he's a man who likes throwing his weight around, not just in the contest, it seems. So the free kick is now gone to Trent Elliott. It's online. It's there. What a kick.
No, it's
no. How well am I doing today?
I thought you must have been watching a replay from 10 minutes ago for a moment there.
Jeez. Well, Trent Elliott missed that goal, and it's 2-6-18. Yet another opportunity gone begging for Kilsyth.
So the Pioneers out of defence towards us, broadcast side, looking for Horvat. Was juggling it, couldn't quite control it. Ball slits the deck. The kick away this time for Machete, bouncing footy inside 50. They've done pretty much all the attacking early in this second quarter of the Cougars. Wrapped up by Haining is McKinley Aiden. So the ball up onside the 50 arc. Browning getting involved for the Cougars. All the numbers here for the Pioneers. Sim got the handball away, and now they'll look to use the corridor again. Standing in front, couldn't quite take it because Cosham, but certainly provided a good contest for the Cougars. So we'll get a ball up. Centre wing here for the broadcast side. Hanging out of the middle, got the handball away to Fabris. Trying to get through a tackle. Ducking his head there. Elliott through inside 50 now for the Cougars. Punch from behind. Ball comes out. Virtue got the handball away. Cougars with plenty of numbers around this one. Machete towards the top of the square. It's a one-on-one. Going to be good for Goodison. Just didn't have the front position on that one. Luka Vanovic picks up the footy and is taking the ground. So we'll get a ball up in the pocket here in front of the Kilsyth goals. Probably deserve a goal with their start to this second term. And ball going nowhere, so we'll get a ball up again.
We've certainly seen a big improvement in the endeavour of Kilsyth in this quarter since quarter time.
That's for sure. It does look a little bit like the start of the first quarter as well, with quite a few stoppages in Kilsyth's forward line. Tap comes out. It was Elliott who nearly took it away, ended up in a tackle. Sim once again involved.
He's just I guess maybe that's just the way he plays on the edge, and it's good.
It's good to watch for sure. Haining taps it down. Savvy wrapped up. Yet another ball up.
They're definitely getting stuck into him every chance they can.
Blood rule.
Yep, there is a blood rule.
That
and
is
Sim.
Not surprised.
You know, the other thing we've seen a lot of so far is play on the broadcast side, which is something we just never say. I reckon we've seen more of it in this game than we do.
Well, there's no wing on the far side.
I know.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
that was the other thing I was going to say is that like when I went for a walk over there earlier, and the boundary riders can probably confirm this, the very heavy track over there, it is muddy.
Haining gets the tap down. Whitehorse, no clean possession just yet.
Boundary.
Henschel happy to take it over. Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
The funny thing is, one of the runners over here almost tripped over in the mud. So I was about to start cracking up laughing, but unfortunately didn't do it here. But everyone is just very cautious because obviously the mud is where the players run into the ground.
Chance for Kilsyth. Scooped up. That was Clello. Gets it out to Goodinson. Falling down, kicks the goal.
Yep. They deserved the goal in Kilsyth. They've had the ball inside their forward 50 for most of the quarter, and eventually they've got one.
So they move to 3-6-24. They take the lead against Whitehorse 3-3-21. We've gone 8 minutes in the second quarter. Blake Tennant.
Yeah, Goodinson there, 100th game as well, playing his 147th career game, but today is his 100th game for Kilsyth today, boys.
Thanks there, Blake. Great to see, and has been probably a talking point for us on the podcast and the media team and broadcast for the last 4 to 5 years. Just how strong of a player he is. Such a strong forward present. Punch forward this time by Boakes of the Pioneers into space on that far side. And we'll get another ball up. Just say about Boakes could knock it out of bounds from the centre square on that far side. Again, he gets a tap out over Browning. Going forward there, Ray. Umpire lets it play on for a little bit to see if that ball comes out. But it doesn't. 8.5 minutes gone second term. 3-3-21 Whitehorse. Trailing Kilsyth 3-6-24. Ray got the handball forward. Cut off here by Berkman for the Pioneers. They link up again. Carroll run down by Ray. Yeah. Holding the ball.
Yeah, great pressure again by Kilsyth.
Yeah, pressure intensity's been strong in this opening second term, opening 10 minutes of the second term. Down the line, Ray goes. Intercept mark is taken by Joel Savvy. So Savvy looking to just send it where it came from. Straight back down the line towards the half-forward line. Ball hits the deck and Whitehorse get the forward 50, but it's 2-on-1 and the Cougars will be able to clear this one out. Handballed it to Ayton. Got it off to a teammate there in Van Vegten, whose his kick was a poor one, fell into the hands of James Nelson for the Pioneers at centre half back.
So what can Whitehorse generate from here? They have had good series of transitions.
Oh, he played on.
25, I thought.
Yeah, he played on, but he took him high.
Yeah. So Whitehorse now to figure things out. Will this be one of their transitions that ends up in a score? Carroll finds the man on the outer side. It's Savvy. And Kilsyth holding them up at the moment. Defensive structures holding up nicely. The kick straight into the forward line. It comes offhand, scooped up. Whitehorse now with a shot at goal. Bouncing ball. It's going to go wide. And just to the one behind. The first score for Whitehorse in the second quarter, 3-4-22. They trail Kilsyth 3-6-24. Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Just what I've noticed here, it's just the time of possession that Kilsyth has had with this ball has been really well this quarter. I haven't seen it that was the first time I've seen it in Whitehorse's inside 50.
So under a little bit of trouble here. Run down was Burzins. Coughed that one off Kilsyth.
I think that's the second time, that's been in Whitehorse's inside 50 this quarter. Kilsyth are just controlling the ball really well here.
So Browning with the tap down will come back inside for the third time, but it's cut off by Machete, who can take the game on through the middle, takes a bounce, gets past an opponent, sends it inside 50, was looking for the mark is taken straight away off his Clemo, bouncing towards goal.
It was smothered.
And it was touched, so a minor score, 3-7-25 Kilsyth, the Whitehorse 3-4-22, but love that from Machete to take the game on from centre half back and just give themselves a bit of an option.
That's the best passage of play that Kilsyth have produced today.
Yeah, it's good to see them have another dimension other than going wide, which is what Whitehorse seem to want to do at the moment. They've done that again, and it's eventuated in a boundary throw-in. If Kilsyth's accuracy was just a little bit better, they might be a little further in front, and we were saying that Whitehorse perhaps deserved maybe a 2-goal lead or so at quarter time. Now Berkman, he was physical in that contest, was able to get it out to Dunn, who's being challenged but manages to get the kick away. Cosham couldn't take the mark. It comes to ground level. Cosham, cumbersome, fell over. Bouncing ball. Kick smothered. Kilsyth not able to escape until McKinley Ayton scoops it up. Oh, the mark was dropped by Henderson.
Really spent that before he had it in his hands.
Sorry, that was Brendan Camden.
The pressure got to him.
Yeah, that was. I think he might have been thinking about the kick forward before he actually took the mark, unfortunately. So we'll have a boundary throw in Whitehorse's forward line. About a kick from goal at the moment. The tap is going to come the way of Sims, but it just eluded him. Ray gets the handball away. Van Vegten, his kick was under pressure, so it's going to come right back through Nelson. Kicks it to centre half forward. One for the high flyers. No mark taken by Hunt. He's going to search for it at ground level. Manages to get it. Kilsyth, however, creating the contest. Hunt there again. Just couldn't quite pick it up this time. Challenged by Cosham. This will probably end up in a ball up. No, Cosham actually managed to scrub a kick away, and it's Kilsyth now on the attack. Moschetti again. He was the dasher from before. Goodinson on the outer side. Working up the ground. Was able to create some space for himself. Manages a kick to Drew Sells. He couldn't quite take the mark. Looking for it at ground level. Bumped off it. Moschetti's there again. Kilsyth looking for the corridor through Goodinson. Handball over the top. Good punch away there by McDougall. Couldn't quite find a man with it though. And it's spilt over the line through Stoffels. Boundary throw in. We'll go for some scores now.
In Premier Division, South Croydon 4-5-29 to Donny East 3-2-20, Bolwyn 4-3-27 to Mitcham 2-4-16, East Ringwood and Berwick are tied, East Ringwood 3-8-26 to Berwick 4-2-26, and Blackburn 5-4-34 to Noble Park 2-12.
Thanks there, Paul, for those scores around the grounds this afternoon, keeping you updated. Another big weekend of the Eastern Football Netball League. No juniors tomorrow, but we do have the Vermont Roval Senior Men's match at a Vermont Recreation Reserve, also live streamed. Out here, it's a 3-point lead to the Cougars in a massive top 4 clash. Ball comes out. Kilsyth now through the middle of the ground. Aiden got the handball away. They go forward, out the back. Couldn't quite take the mark. But that Whitehorse defender in front of this one. They are able to have plenty of numbers around this footy to clear it out. Bouncing towards the boundary line in front of the Whitehorse bench. Some scores again, Paul.
In Div 1, Beaconsfield 5-1-31 to Baronia 1-4-10. Park Orchards 5-1-31 to Moorbark 3-3-21. Bayswater 6-2-38 to Norwood 5 behinds. And South Belgrave 4-7-31 to North Ringwood 5 straight 30.
So we get a ball up on that far side. Haney got the tap down, breaking away there, just getting the handball in time. As they go towards the half-forward line to the Pioneers, picked off by Sells. Got Fabris to compete with now. He does well. Ends up with the footy, puts it on the right boot towards goal. Bouncing ball, and it's a goal for the Pioneers.
Fabris, I think it was.
It was Fabris. 4-4-28. The Pioneers now back in front of a Kilsyth 3-7-25. 15 and a half minutes gone second term.
Very lucky to score that goal, the Pioneers, because before the ball went down there, Kilsyth had 2 extra defenders inside their defensive back 50 there. So what hope have Pioneers got? Okay, they got a goal that time, but what hope have they got if they just bombing it in there and they're 2 men down anyway? And I thought that other times when Kilsyth have got it out of the defensive 50, too many Pioneer players are in their forward 50. Some have got to stay out.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Ray. We'll have some scores in a moment, but we'll see what happens with this bounce, because Haining just took it out of the ruck, straight to centre half forward. Trundling after it was Kilsyth's defence. It's come to George now. Trying to take the mark with the flight of the ball was Muschetti. Couldn't quite manage that. He's going to be hunting for it at ground level. Laid the tackle. Let's go for some scores now around the grounds.
In Div 2, Heathmont 6-4-40 to East Build 5-1-31. Surrey Park 3-3-21 to Mulgrave 2-3-15. Wanney South 6-3-39 to Ringwood 3-1-19. Templestowe 3 straight 18 to Lilydale 7 behinds. And Waverley Blues 5-2-32 to Croydon 2-4-16.
You gave me heart failure then. I thought you were going to say Lilydale 7 goals straight there, Paul, for a minute.
7 behinds. That is unfortunate for the Falcons. A couple of Kilsyth players crash into each other as we'll get, I think, a 3rd stoppage in a row as Chris Cordes is right there.
I haven't heard the name Daniel Ivanovic calling the Wild Boys. Looks like that Whitehorse tag is working out well for them.
Yeah, I have to agree. That was Jacob Virtue, of course, as we heard earlier. As the tackle was laid, done, ended up on the bottom of it. Yet another stoppage and more scores around the grounds, Paul.
In Div 3, Fair Park 4-2-26 to Donvale 2-4-16. Ferntree Gully 7-5-47 to Coldstream 4-4-28. Knox 4-5-29 to Oakley District 1-6-12. The Basin 5-1-31 to Scoresby 4-4-28. And Upper Gully 7-3-45 to Sylvan 4-6-30.
How's the Basin going up against Scoresby at the moment? That's making a good fist of it there, the Bears. As we've got
Fair Park in front of Donvale at the moment as well.
That is wild. So Division 3 looking very interesting at the moment. Back here in Division 4 as Kilsyth finally escaped this that outer side of the ground. It's a one-on-one duel at the moment. Now the Cavalry arrive. It's Ivanovic. He's been tackled by 2. That was excellent work by Dunn and Parsons teaming up. And we'll have a stoppage right in front of us here.
It's a pretty even contest coming up to the 20th minute mark of this second term. 3-point lead to the Pioneers. Trying to break through there was Crosby, and he's run down the pressure from the Pioneers. It was both Prout
that was a
and Parsons.
very strong tackle then by Prout.
So Prout, short kick forward. Mark is taken, long way out from goal. Going forward here will be Gleed towards the hot spot. There's been a whistle. We'll just see which way it's going. It is going the Pioneers' way. It's Daniel Horvat's free kick. I'm assuming it'll be a holding free kick, as we'll have a look at the replay in just a moment. But A chance now for Daniel Horvat to go back and put his second on the board. And he is the most dangerous player in this forward line for the Pioneers. No Tom Young this afternoon. So Daniel Horvat, we're right behind him here. Be kicking from a slight angle from 35 out. Kick on its way. It holds its line. It's very good.
Yeah.
Horvat gets his second on the board, and the Pioneers move to 5-4-34 to Kilsyth 3-7-25.
Sometimes there's no justice in football because, let's face it, the bottom line is Kilsyth have controlled this quarter, but they've only kicked 2 goals, only 1 goal 3, where the opposition have only had it in there a few times and they've kicked 2 goals 1.
I have to agree with you.
Capitalising in football is so important.
Yeah. Whitehorse feel like they have lost their way a little bit with
I think in the last 5
play.
minutes, Andrew Haining's come into the ruck. I think he's fed up with his players and he's getting all the
Well, there you go.
There you go.
On
cue, Haining just belts it to centre half forward. Searching for it, there was Berzins, but Kilsyth with composure to get it down the line. Goodenson's worked up the ground, takes the mark, looking for the corridor. Punched away, however, by Whitehorse. Scooped up immediately by Van Vegten. Could he make them hurt on the rebound? But no. Good mark taken by Savvy. And he's going to just send it straight back out. Sim was the target on this near side. Tight ropes the boundary line. Gets it to a 2-on-2 contest. Searching for it at ground level is Horvat. He's wrapped up immediately. Can he get the ball free? No. And we've got another ball up here on the near side. So Whitehorse taking what I think, looking at the state of play, is an unlikely 9-point lead into time on, into the second quarter. Trying to escape the contest was Josh Jackson.
For mine, still too many Pioneer players at the contest. Some couple have got to come back here for the kick out.
Yeah, well, and Kilsyth has managed to take advantage of
over
that.
Over the top and their open spaces.
And it was Aiton who found the forward line there. Trying to fight for it was with Ivanovic. They just got to work this out. He dropped the knees into the tackle there, and the umpire says holding the ball. You're not going to...
That's the third time Ivanovic has got the ball, avoided a tackle and turned break into a brick wall.
No one's fooling that umpire. As Savvy manages to take the mark. Whitehorse looked like they were going to be open for a second there, but they're forced wide. And Sim just saw the ball trail out in front of him. He's not particularly happy with Savvy. And so we'll have another boundary throw in here. Springfield Park, thank you so much for joining us on EFNL Game Day. Division 4 action, Kilsyth versus Whitehorse. Haining in the ruck again. Browning couldn't quite even the contest that time. Crosby gets a bouncing ball to centre half forward. Dunn's aggressively tackling in there again. And wins him a free kick. So Tom Dunn, former Reservoir man. He's played pretty well today. Definitely stands out with the frosted tips out there, or the dyed hair. So punch away from the contest by Kilsyth. Whitehorse have the presence at ground level. It's Stoffels, but the boundary throw-in will eventuate from that.
So on the far side, we're coming up to the 23rd minute mark of this second term. 5-4-34 Whitehorse leading Kilsyth 3-7-25. Haining's been dominant this quarter in the ruck, got the tap down, and they go forward again, trying to break through there. McDougall, he's not going anywhere, and we'll get a ball up. 50 out from the Pioneers' goals. So again, Haining over the top of Browning, but Kilsyth numbers around this footy. They use that far side. Cut off this time by Joel Savvy, who's been involved a bit this quarter. It's the short option in Nelson. And they'll look to switch this all by himself. There is Berkman. Has time to play on. Ivanovic chasing him hard. Worked hard to get to that one and maybe affect the kick. As Aiden, perfect kick. Through the corridor finds Bailey Ray, and it'll be 25.
Yeah, that was,
no, not quite. I thought the umpire
that was late,
looked like
wasn't
it was.
it?
That was late. Yeah. That should have been a penalty.
So Bailey Ray, centre square here at Springfield Park. Long kick, looking for Ivanovic in front position. Couldn't quite grab it. Had Berkman to compete with. Pioneers towards the boundary line. Connell sees it out, and we'll get a boundary throw in. 24 minutes gone second term. Kilsyth would love to get one back on the board after what has been a pretty strong quarter from the Cougars. But yet they've been outscored by the Pioneers, who've just been able to make the most of their opportunities. Going up in the ruck there, Vanovic against Haining. Off the ground, and the mark is taken for the Pioneers in the full-back position.
That would have been the goal of the day. That would have been.
You would have locked it in.
Yeah, that would have been excellent. So Stoffels is the target. Was able to lead into the space and outpoint Ivanovic of the Luke variety. And
That was horrible.
A terrible kick, unfortunately, by Stoffels.
I mean, it's for the leading player, but surely you know the leading player is not going to mark it if it's over the line.
Exactly.
So Ivanovic will use the corridor. Getting a fist to it there was McDougall. Out to Ray for the Cougars. Gets past an opponent and puts it back inside 50. Ball fell up into Prout's hands, but he was met with the tackle from Henschel, and we'll get a boundary throw-in. Back inside the Cougars forward 50. Won't be long until the halftime siren, so can they get one back and make this a 3-point game at the halftime break? Brownie got the tap down. Sim wrapped up by 2 Cougars, and once again we'll get another ball up. Inside Kilsyth's forward half of the ground. Haining got the tap away, and Whitehorse looking to clear this one out. Centre wing on the far side out here at Springfield Park, picked up by Cody George. Got it away, the handball was cut off. Ball comes into Sheeper's hands. Here's Prout, his kick was smothered. Kilsyth not quite clean with their hands to get out of trouble. And it's held up here. We'll get another ball up. So, Browning versus Haining. Kilsyth win the clearance, slipped through the hands of Nelson for the Pioneers, and it works out for the Cougars well as they go inside 50. The kick's a poor one again, and just certainly didn't give Goodinson really any chance there as the halftime siren sounds. And for probably a dominant quarter from the Cougars, they'll be a little bit disappointed that they couldn't really put it on the scoreboard. 3-7-25 trailing the Whitehorse Pioneers, 5-4-34. Jared Beanland with the goal kickers before we go to our last break here.
So from that quarter, Ryan Goodinson for Kilsyth, he kicked one. In the first quarter, it was Jake Henschel and Josh Jackson. Over to the Pioneers, it was Jason Fabris and Daniel Horvath to kick their 2 goals for the quarter, with the 3 in the first. Another one to Horvath, so he's got 2. Riley Berzins and Lionel Hunt both with 1.
Thanks there, Jared. And we'll go to our halftime break here. It's the Pioneers 5-4-34 leading Kilsyth 3-7.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Springfield Park, Eastland match around half-time here, and it's the Pioneers 5-4-34, leading the Cougars 3-7-25. And I'm joined by Blake Tennant and Chris Cordes, who have been on the boundary. Blake, I'll start with you and your thoughts on this game so far. Been an interesting encounter. Both sides at different stages of the game have looked like they've been in control. I'd say Pioneers probably owned more of the first term, but the second quarter you felt like Kilsyth were on top, but couldn't really convert in front of goal with those inside 50s, and then the Pioneers, didn't go inside 50 very often, but they end up with 2 goals to the quarter.
I personally think Kilsyth should be winning. That's just how I've seen it. They've had the ball a lot in that second quarter, and I think they should be winning. 3 goals, 7. Bad kicking is bad football, but it seems that way. I feel like Whitehorse are just, getting their turnover game when Kilsyth are just banging it in a little bit more inside their forward 50, and I think Whitehorse are just taking the game on and really showing their strides as well, and that's why they're winning for this game. But I personally think Kilsyth should be in front, but I think it's just the turnovers that are killing them at the moment, putting them away from this game.
So having a look at Chris in that second quarter, when they did go forward, Horvat seems like probably the most dangerous forward when they do get the ball forward, and they've given away a couple of free kicks, which has led to a couple of his goals. Who else probably sort of stands out that you think can probably take this game open?
Well, it's interesting to see because obviously we said Jacob Virtue was started off that quarter tagging Daniel Ivanovic. I think they've gone away from that now. They've just gone for a more generic setup around their stoppages and just playing man on man. So he's one that could get forward. He's got 8 goals in the season. But it is quite interesting because you almost feel like if the Pioneers do want to get more shots on goal and have more set shots, they kind of need to somewhat build up the play slowly because they do have that spare back that, like I've said a few times, is often Tom Dunn. It feels like when they are going forward, we saw late there down on the wing just in front of Blake and I, it was Horvat against, I think, 4 or 5 Cougars defenders. So it is interesting that it's not so much the players that they're sending it inside forward 52. I think it's more they need to agree on and figure out and agree on the way in which they're entering forward 50, whether that's the pace or the type of deliveries or whether they want to go deep entries or keep it shallow or whatever it might be. I think that's where they need to focus their attention.
Blake, you spoke to Damien Murray at quarter time and talked a bit about the conversation about the ground size, and it's a unique shape. It is a smaller ground. And
bit different to what Kilsyth usually play on.
Yeah, very different to their home deck. And what did you think of that second quarter? Do you think he goes in half-time a little bit happier with the way they use the ground?
Yeah, definitely. They've been using the ball really well. They had a link out, just on the half back line, as we're looking at the ground now, and they linked up, and unfortunately they just put a dumb kick there that should have been maybe lowering their eyes a little bit more. I think they need to start doing that as well. They definitely had the ball. I reckon I only counted maybe 6 inside 50s to Whitehorse that quarter, and Kilsyth had a lot more inside 50s in the game. So I definitely think Kilsyth are on top at the moment, even though the scoreboard says Whitehorse is leading. Whitehorse are just kicking goals from Kilsyth's mistakes. That's just what I think is happening.
And I thought, it's a good point, I thought guys like Machete really got involved in that quarter. Ray,
it's been massive.
Yeah, they look like some of the guys that will take the game on through the corridor. For the Pioneers, Chris, obviously Andrew Haining played a bit more in that quarter in the ruck, and you can just tell the difference. And with his size advantage up against anyone, he's going to be very hard to beat on on those ruck stoppages and was able to create some forward 50 entries too, just off his own work in the ruck.
Yep, that's exactly right. And it's a good point because they started off with our number 20, Patrick Boakes, in there at the start. And although he's a taller ruckman in the team, it wasn't quite the same. And as soon as Haining went in, obviously with his size and his physicality, he's able to dominate that. But it also means that if the ball drops and Kilsyth aren't able to get a quick handball out, we've seen a fair few times, Haining's actually one that's getting in the middle and doing the tackling himself. So not only is he responsible for Whitehorse getting the ball out, but he's also responsible for them locking it in. And that's why a lot of the time, although we've seen, Kilsyth probably dominated that quarter a bit more, it just feels like when Whitehorse are going forward, it's everything's coming through Haining, and that's why as well his defensive side of that ruck contest, like I just alluded to before, that's why although Kilsyth had a lot of the footy and was seeming to get their hands on the ball a lot, it meant that they weren't giving up a lot of influential touches.
Yeah, absolutely. Blake, some scores around the grounds before we go to our last ad break here before the second half.
Yeah, we'll start off in Premier Division. It's a draw down at Chingon Park, South Croydon and Doncaster East. South Croydon 35 apiece with Doncaster East. Baldwin are flexing their muscles on the Tigers and Mitcham. I've said that in the pre-game show. Baldwin 55, Mitcham 28. East Ringwood 4 points at the moment over Berwick, 42-38, and I think this game might be over, but it's too early to decide. But Blackburn 59 to Noble Park 26. Division 1 now, Beaconsfield 5-4-34 to Baronia 4-4-28 there. So good game down there at Miller Park. Park Orchards doing what they've been doing very much this whole year, and it's winning, of course, and 10-3-63 to Murrelbach, 4-4-28. Bayswater 9-3-57 to Norwood, 2-5-17. I think a few of us said this could be the only one that Norwood, and this is the big one. North Ringwood 7-3-45 to South Belgrave, 5-7-37. We did say
Ooh, okay,
we did
all
say
right.
it. And the Saints in North Ringwood could be the first to beat South Belgrave. Division 2, Heathmont 7-6-48 to East Belwood 6-1-37. Mulgrave leading over Surrey Park 7-4-46 to Surrey Park 6-5-41. Montana South lead by 20 points over Ringwood 47-27. Templestowe lead 39-13 over Lilydale, and Waverley Blues, this has been an upset, 44-19 over Croydon.
Quickly with the Div 3 ones, and then we'll go to a round break.
Donvale 33 to Fair Park 26. Ferntree Gully 47 to Colsham 42. Knox 30 to Oakley District 23. Scoresby 47 to Basin 31. And Upper Ferntree Gully lead 52-30.
Well done, Blake. We'll take an ad break here. It is the Pioneers leading 5-4-34 to Kilsyth 3-7-25.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Whitehorse versus Kilsyth, and half-time here. The Pioneers lead 5-4-34 to 3-7-25 Kilsyth. Pioneers out in the field at the moment. Kilsyth just making their way out to their positions. So we're set to go for a big second half here. Still anyone's game. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Jared Beal, Paul Uconi and Ray Baird in the box. And on the boundary line, Blake Tennant and Chris Cordes. Ray, thoughts on that second term? And a much better quarter from Kilsyth, except the fact that they only kicked the one goal for the quarter.
Yeah, you're dead right. Look, they owned that quarter without a doubt, and they lifted in the intensity to the football and they put themselves right into this game now. I feel if they can just keep that up, I think that they're a big chance. Look, I'm going 50-50 at the moment. I wouldn't say which side's got the advantage, but what's interesting to see, Andrew Haining now, he did start the game on the bench, but in the last 10 minutes of that quarter, he come on, and as we saw, he controlled the stoppages. He's back in the middle there. I think that whoever gets the first couple of goals in this quarter, I think that they can win the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and be fascinating to see how it all plays out. It is a 9-point lead for the Pioneers at home. Certainly a big game in terms of the context of their season. Stay alive in the top four and certainly go a long way to their chances playing finals this year. Browning's kick was cut off at centre half back here by Nelson for the Pioneers. Got it off to Fabris. The half back line. He'll be kicking towards us, broadcast side, standing in front. Couldn't quite take the mark, could Camden. And we'll get a ball up right in front of us. We have a great position to see this one. Umpire throws it up and Haining comes in, gets the tap down. No real clear possession there until Browning picked it up and went forward for the Cougars. Flying there was Ivanovic to get there. Sells got the handball away. Van Vegten caught with it, and that's holding the ball. Wrapped up there by James Nelson.
So Pioneers to try and work this one out from defence. Once again, the transition has been on and off here for the Pioneers. This one's a little bit off as it's come off hands and over the line right in front of us here in the commentary box. Thanks so much for joining us on Eastern 98.1, the Facebook and the YouTube streams for this Division 4 clash. Haining taps it down, scooped away by Fabris. He gets the kick down the line. The target was Horvat, couldn't take the mark, however. Paddled in front of Virtue. No clear winner at the moment until Prout scooped it up. Got it to McDougall, back to Virtue. Kilsyth have the goalkeeper back there, though. And they'll be able to escape from defensive 50. And the contest was won out by McDougall there, able to punch it over the line.
Both sides are giving it all in the first couple of minutes of this quarter.
It's definitely a willing contest. Very happy to see both sides have shown up to play today. Kilsyth with the clearance, at least briefly. Camden hands it out to Moschetti. He's got some speed on him, wasn't able to escape the pressure, had to handball it. And now Whitehorse nearly to win the ball back. We'll see who works this one out. It's Prout in the end, still no, tackled. Gets it out now to Parsons, able to hand it to a man in space. Sim couldn't handle it, however, it was McDougall actually. And he's just been bumped over the line along with the ball. Still the 9-point lead in favour of Whitehorse. Game definitely not over though. Sim gets it to centre half forward. Good tackle laid by Hunt in the forward line, and Whitehorse earn themselves a stoppage.
I don't like what I'm seeing. Herds of Pioneers are going into that forward 50 again.
Well, we'll see if they can score out of it. Perfect tap down, snap on goal, and a perfect finish there from Jacob Virtue. And that is probably one of their best pieces
goal
of play.
contender,
Yeah,
I
I'd say
reckon.
that would be the Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. That moves them 6-4-40 to 3-7-25, straight down from the ruck contest, and was able to perfectly finish that one off.
That's the sort of stuff you do practice at training, isn't it? That straight from the ruckman down and we're running into an open goal.
Well, that will bug Damien Murray, that it just was quite easy in there in a stoppage in their defensive half.
Yeah.
So the former Nunawading man gets his first goal for the day. Sim was able to get the clearance, and now Whitehorse look like they're threatening to blow the lead out a little bit early in the third, as Berzins has taken the mark.
You're right, Jared. Danger signs there for Kilsyth, the way they cleared that out of the centre.
We'll see what Riley at Berzins can do. The young man trying to make his mark in this Whitehorse Pioneers team. If he's got a long kick on him, he might actually be able to work this one home. Just falls short on the line. And Kilsyth
hit the post, actually.
Breathe a sigh of relief. Hit the post. Thank you, Ray.
I think that's Dobbo, the goal umpire. Saw him come into the FNL office this week as Kilsyth clear this one out. No mark taken.
Towards the boundary line, there's Sim. And it is paid against him, holding the ball, free kick. So there is, they're looking to take the advantage. Does look like Ivanovic's a bit slow to get up behind play, but Van Vegten here for the Cougars. Van Vegten looking to use the corridor. That's a good kick. Finds Browning. And they've got options on the far side. The kick wasn't perfect. Bounces in front of Cosham. A lot of work for him. He's able to do quite well. Juggles it to himself. Takes the game on. Inside 50 here for the Cougars. Out the back. Couldn't quite take the mark. Ball hits the deck. Still alive here for the Cougars. Going forward there, Vanovic. Wrapped up in the tackle by Parsons. It'll be a stoppage inside 50, and it does look like that's Ivanovic again. Luke Ivanovic. Haining just pushed aside Sells, and as in fact, the Pioneers have won a free kick here, so they clear it out of defence of Horvat. And the half-back line here for the Pioneers. Uses the corridor, finds Fabris, and they want to switch it towards the far side because they've got numbers out there. Now on the wing is Berkman. Down the line. No mark taken. Lefebvre's there for the Cougars. It's one out by the Pioneers. Inside 50. Spalling from behind there. Aiton did well towards the boundary line. Hunt. We'll get a boundary throw in. Inside 50 here for the Pioneers. 6 minutes gone third term. Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, Luka Ivanovic is coming off at the moment. He's gone for a little short. He's on the road at the moment as we're speaking. I don't know what to say, but he's definitely on the road as we speak right now.
What do you mean he's on the road?
Well, he's in the middle of the road right now.
What?
Yeah, he's on the road right now, and he's just at someone's front yard at the moment. So,
What?
Yes.
He's gone home?
So he's just taking his time.
Well, speaking of the road, Kilsyth's on the warpath at the moment. Spearing ball towards the forward line. Putting himself in the way well was Nelson, however. And they'll earn themselves a stoppage, Whitehorse, as it looked really dangerous there as Trent Elliott was powering through the corridor. But Whitehorse able to even things up.
He's back on the bench now, boys.
Oh, Van Vegten skimming the ball towards the goal line.
Confused. What do you mean? He went in the actual road?
Yes.
One behind. Why?
He literally just went on the road and he was on someone's front letterbox just getting some air. So he's back on the bench now, boys. So.
Yeah. Interesting. As ball comes out of play, there's been a whistle blown. Is going in the direction of the Pioneers. Ed Sim will look to use the corridor. It's turned over. So both sides getting a bit more risky with their kicks, but happy to take the game on. Don't mind it. Crosby's kick was smothered. Towards the half-forward flank. Socket off the ground. Still alive here for Ivanovic. Daniel Variety tapped it towards Henschel. Snaps it towards goal. Sells held. I think he was. And he will get a free kick. It will be a bit of an angle, but from 15 metres out. And Drew Sells, much needed kick here for Kilsyth, with just the game not necessarily slipping away, but it's just at that dangerous point where they've got to get the next one. 3-8-26, trailing Whitehorse 6-5-41. And they certainly haven't made the most of their opportunities this afternoon, but if they can get one back here, certainly not an easy angle, but be kicking from 15 to 20 metres out. Sells comes in and has missed to the left, so that moves them to 3-9-27 to Whitehorse 6-5-41. 8.5 minutes gone, third term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Ryan, you mentioned that both sides are taking chances. I think that's the way one side is going to win the game. Because the way it's going, it's just sort of by the playing out. So take your chances and you get away with it, you'll win the game.
Good punch from the contest by Horvat just to try and gain some extra territory, but it was all Kilsyth behind him, so Muschetti scoops it up. And the ball from Jackson, trying to find the corridor. Oh, Harrison Prout, he just kicked it to himself, essentially, and throws onto the boot. What a bomb from Harry Prout. Whitehorse, that was punishing.
Gee, that's a challenger for me.
He hacky sacked it himself to himself.
He did.
It was a half a metre kick. Half a metre kick to himself, and then a 55-metre bomb to follow it up.
I think the Kilsyth players are lucky that the coaching panel's on the other side of the ground, because right in front of the caravan here where we are, there was 4 Kilsyth players, and the one that picked it up turned the ball over, so that was very disappointing.
Yeah, they probably would love to have that one back again. It's now up to 20 points, and Whitehorse with all the momentum, starting to win the centre clearances as well. Fabris was chasing that one. Henschel for the Cougars. Got rid of it. Now the Cougars go inside 50, looking for Sells at the half-forward line. Didn't take the mark, but still ends up with a footy. The handball was cut off as the Pioneers now towards the middle of the ground. Henschel got it off to Jackson, to Browning, back to Jackson. Jackson now switching it onto the far side. Intercepted here for the Pioneers. Off and running now is Carroll. His kick almost turned over. The Cougars with some numbers around this one. The handball back from Cosham. They'll look to use the corridor again. Machete, so they're still not shying away from taking this game on towards Sells. Was behind his man that time, and he's given away a free kick too. And the ball is going to come back here, and it will be in the hands of Tom Dunn. Been a fascinating contest down back as Dunn looks for Sim, uses his body, couldn't take the mark. Cougars with some numbers at ground level. Machete there again. Gets past one. Gets a handball away. Henschel with the handball. Now off to Lamb. Lamb inside 50 for the Cougars. Can they get a mark inside? Not quite. Ivanovic almost juggling that one and seeing it across the line. We'll get a boundary throw in. 10 coming up to 11 minutes gone. Third term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's the Pioneers 7-5-47 leading Kilsyth 3-9-27.
To me, the obvious message went out to Kilsyth, play on at all costs, because that's what they've been doing this quarter.
And it's good to see they're not dropping their heads.
No, they haven't. As chasing this one along the boundary line is Fabris, and the Kilsyth player just, I think it was Van Beekton who went over the top of him and
took his leg.
It's
that
free
is
kick.
that is a very good for a free kick by the umpire. He took his legs out. He took the player's legs out. Now that's a free kick.
So Van Beekton, this will be real tucked in on the boundary line. This will be a tough kick from here. Probably a 15-degree worse angle than the last kick from Sells, and a little bit further out too. So he'll take his best. Van Beekton snaps around from the pocket and has put it through. A much-needed one for the Cougars. Great finish from Van Beekton, and that moves them to 4-9-33 to 7-5-47. Coming up to the 12th minute mark of the third quarter. Great finish.
Just quickly, guys, on Drew Sells, he's not a noted goal kicker. He plays most of his footy off half back, and I think what's happened is that he's been sent to Tom Dunn, the player who was the loose man throughout the first half for Whitehorse, and Sells is now starting to look like a little bit of a likely target instead of just a shot-down roll on the loose man. Let's go quickly down to the boundary line.
Luke Ivanovic back on the ground, boys, after being on someone's front yard, so good news there.
I'm still unsure about this. But
he's going to have to
Is it his place?
Yeah.
No, it's definitely not his place, mate.
Probably just checking his mailbox.
Yeah, so he's back on the ground, so that's the main thing, I guess.
So from the clearance. Aiton manages to get it to Sells, punch by Dunn, and that was good defensive work by what was the loose man. Skirmish out there on the left half forward line for Kilsyth. No clear possession until Fabris gets his hands on the ball, and it's a high up and under contest there. Cosham couldn't take the mark. It was Berzins in front of him. So Berzins is going to get it to centre half forward. The target was Hunt. He couldn't get himself free. It was a good contest by Kilsyth, and the tackle was laid by Declan Lamb, and it could have been a goal saver. So Kilsyth managing to just put the brakes on the Pioneers for now. They were able to get the clearance this time. The target was Ivanovic. Couldn't take the mark. Connell wraps him up.
Oh,
stoppage.
Reckon that would have come to the effect.
Yeah, unfortunately, sorry.
Apologies for that. Anyone with kids listening along at home. Parsons gets the handball away out in front of Fabris. Just trying to get a clear possession here at Whitehorse. Connell was nearly run down. His kick was under pressure, so Kilsyth win it back. It was not a well-directed kick. Pretty thoughtless in the end, and Savvy was able to take the intercept mark, and Whitehorse will switch it from here.
So now Prout, and they go in the direction of Hunt. Just overdid the kick a little bit, so now the Cougars through Browning. Send it long down the line, out the back, or in front there. Van Vegten kept it in front of himself, picked it up nicely, put it towards goal, and Ivanovic takes the mark. He's off the road and he's in the forward 50 and can go back and put through their fifth if he kicks truly. Still not sure what he was doing on the road, or if that is correct, but very important for Kilsyth to have him up forward.
I'm not joking. He legit was on the road, waited for a car, and then stopped on someone's front yard. So,
no, boys, I'll vouch for this. He was straight off. Didn't even sit on the bench just across the road.
Unless he's a real estate agent too, just taking every opportunity to put some junk in a mailbox.
Busy Saturday as Luke Ivanovic comes in, lines up, kick on the way. He's put it through. Kilsyth get 2 back-to-back goals, and they move to 5-9. 39, Whitehorse 7-5-47, 15 minutes gone third term. Great response to the Cougars, because at one stage it was 20 points, but it felt like Whitehorse were just on a momentum run that could have. Yeah.
They've been able to stem the flow that Whitehorse had on, a little bit of a run on then, but they're hanging on in there. This game's going to go right down to the wire, I feel.
Damien Murray would be very happy with this last 5 or so minutes by Kilsyth.
So Van Vegten too has been massive.
He has been.
Third term.
Yeah. So back into the centre, it was Boakes to get the tap down for Whitehorse. Escaping the stoppage was McDougall, high up and under. Heinings put himself forward, couldn't take the mark. Kilsyth at ground level, trying to work this one out. Not going to be able to is Jacobs. And ball up in the right forward pocket for Whitehorse. May be able to get one back, but Kilsyth have had the run of the play thus far in the past few minutes. Bouncing ball. They're just going to try and work this one out, but no space. It's all shut down. Paul in the score centre.
We finally got our first Division 4 score of the day. Croydon North Emlock 5-9-39 to Warrandyte 2-2-14.
Well, that's big for this game as well.
I tipped Croydon North Emlock as well. I noticed I was the only person who tipped Croydon North Emlock. So
you're turning into Blake with that.
I did see that, Paul. I did see that.
Haining tapped it behind himself as Henschel wrapped up. Whistle gone. Secondary whistle gone, that is. Not sure what the umpires talk at. Yep, just waiting for everything to clear. Not sure what was going on there. So 8-point lead to Whitehorse. Can they extend it from this stoppage? Scooped up by Kilsyth. Muschetti is able to get the kick away. Good mark by Camden. Challenged by his opposite number in Virtue. The 224s going at it. So what can Camden do? The run has been stemmed a little bit from Kilsyth. Play on at all costs has gone away a little bit, but Van Vegten on this outer side was able to snaffle the ball. Bouncing ball into the forward line. Sells was the first to it, threw his boot at it. Wasn't that effective. Has to go again. Whitehorse, the challengers arrive, and that one was Rochard. And ball up here. We'll get some scores in a second, but this opportunity for Kilsyth could be
free kick
coming to fruition. And we'll see who the free kicks is going to go to. This would bring it back to a 2-point game, and it will be the boot of Kyle Crosby.
You know why that free kick was paid? I'll tell you why. Because the throw-up went to a non-officiating ruckman. It landed in his hand.
But he stood there and he's gone, I don't want it. What do I do with it? And then he was caught. And then he was just caught.
You're right. He just stood there, Lee. But that's where the throw-up ended in his hand.
Not his fault, really.
And he was not one of the... I know.
7th goal for the year on offer for Kyle Crosby. It looked a little in doubt, but he didn't think so. And it's gone through the middle, and it's a 2-point game. 18 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And Kilsyth, they've found a way back into contention.
I'm just having a giggle to myself. Andrew Haining standing in the middle of the centre circle with the other umpire just nodding his head. No, that could not have been a free kick.
Paul in the score centre.
In Premier, South Croydon's 8-7-55 to Donny East 5-6-36. Baldwin 9-10-64 to Mitcham 4-5-29. Berwick 7-3-45 to East Ringwood 5-13-43.
Out of the middle there, that was as easy as you like. It was Haining down to Prout, and now inside 50. The mark is taken by Burzins, who have the set shot. Just quickly, Paul.
And just quickly, Blackburn 11-5-71 to Noble Park 4-2-26.
So Burzims will line up to get the quick response for the Pioneers. That was just the perfect centre clearance. Now Burzims will be kicking from about 35 out. Not a long run up, but doesn't need it because he's put it through, and that's an important one for the Pioneers to get one back. They go to 8-5-53 Whitehorse, 6-9-45 Kilsyth. We've played almost 20 minutes into the third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, and Riley Burzins, he's done a good job down there. That's his second goal for the game. So, if all your forwards can kick 2 goals, you usually win the game.
In Div 1 at the moment, Beaky 5-7-37 to Baronia 4-5-29. Park Orchards 12-4-76 to Moorbark 4-5-29. Bayswater 9-5-59 to Norwood 3-8-26. And North Ringwood 8-3-51 to South Belgrave 5-7-37.
Oh, my roughie might be getting up in the Saint-Off. As back
Saint-Off?
Yep. The... clearance has ended up in a wide kick out here by Whitehorse. Kilsyth are able to take advantage, however. Camden takes the mark from a very short kick down the line. He's going to try and bomb it. Who's he looking for down there? It's a 2-on-2 contest. Whitehorse try to get the defenders back. It's come off hands. Crosby, who just kicked a goal earlier, couldn't quite take it. Taken out of it, there was number 2 for Kilsyth in Ivanovic. And Whitehorse will escape this time. McDougall assessing his options. The blood still pumping, no doubt. However, Whitehorse trying to get it forward. The kick was errant, came off hands. And now Kilsyth will find the corridor. It was a good kick by Lefevre. Kilsyth send it inside forward 50. Getting in the way well was a Pioneers defender. Not able to take possession, however, and that was Burzins actually, who's floated down back. And the scrimmage right now in Kilsyth's forward line won't have a result other than a ball up. Paul, more scores.
In Div 2, Heathmont 10-8-68 to East Burwood 7-2-44. Mulgrave 9-5-59 to Surrey Park 6-6-42. Wanney South 11-7-73 to Ringwood 5-3-33. Tempe 6-4-40 to Lilydale 2-8-20 and Waverley Blues 9-2-56 to Croydon 2-9-21.
Paul, just between you and me, mate, I picked Mulgrave too.
Michael McDougall turned it over once more coming out of the defence, but the kick back into the forward line by Kilsyth was turned over. Another intercept marked by Whitehorse now. Yet another contest that doesn't have a clear winner just yet. Browning's in there, so is Fabris. Surely the umpire will take this one. Indeed he does. So 3 goals for the quarter for each team in a very back and forth contest. It's been an entertaining game to watch. It's been thrusts and parries all over. And Ryan Long will continue this.
We have like this third quarter, Haining in the ruck, showing his dominance. Got the tap down there, Sim. He's been a bit more involved in this third quarter. His kick Was off the side of the boot and didn't go too far. Crosby with the handball. Got it away to Van Vegten, who's been big. Almost went through the legs there of Connell. Down in the back line. Luka Vanovic, the ball was stolen from him. He was holding the ball anyway. Free kick here going to Chris Gilliland for the Pioneers. Plenty good ink on both arms and even the leg there. I like it. Ball comes out to Sim. Centre wing, long kick, looking to put him back into attack. Great mark there by Declan Lamb. And he'll look now to use the far side. Has some options over there as they link up. They work this forward. The mark was taken by Bailey Ray. Had to really stretch his arms out for that, take that grab as they go inside 50. Sport from behind. Still in a dangerous spot. Sim got the handball away. They'll look to escape. Looking for Prout. Prout, short kick forward. Haining did well, spoiled it to himself. Got the handball away in front of a teammate who can pick it up nicely. Putting it on the right boot forward there. Stoffels hits up a target. And great transition. All starts really from Horvat. Finishes with Horvat. Really starts with Haining in the middle.
It was a great, great delivery in the end there.
Did he attempt a drop kick there?
Well, that's the thing. He had to. You saw the player coming in, and he had to get rid of it quick. So it was like he stabbed at it. And,
Bring back the drop kick, I say.
Get on your Paul.
Daniel Hall, that will be kicking
2 out of 10
outside the arc. A fair angle on this one, but he's such a great kick of the football. You'd back him in on most occasions. Stutter step forward. Daniel Horvat. Great looking kick.
Not a worry.
Never in doubt, and he shushes the crowd too. Has a bit to say, and he gets his third, and that moves Whitehorse to 9-5-59 to 6-9-45 Kilsyth. They've had their response after the Cougars had a really good 10-minute patch. We'll go to some scores in just a moment, but goal number 3, Ray, and he has been the one, I guess, one focal point up forward who's been present all afternoon.
You're dead right. What he's done, he's given them a target up there, and he's topped it off with a goal in each quarter.
Absolutely. Paul, with some scores around the grounds.
In Div 3, Fair Park 5-4-34 to Donvale 4-9-33. Coldstream 9-8-62 to Ferntree Gully 7-7-49.
I'm going to have to stop you there, Paul. Sorry. Fabris has just taken it out of the clearance, and the Cougars could be under siege at the moment. Glede just had his kick smothered. Virtue's going to be the one to chase it. He's got Moschetti for company. Good tackle, Jacob Moschetti.
I'll just quickly finish those scores.
Go for it, Paul.
Sorry, Jared. Knox 7-8-50 to Oakley District 4-13-37. Scoresby 10-8-68 to the Basin 5-3-33.
Oh, he missed
Sim with the clearance, but it was just wide.
Yeah.
And Kilsyth, they're feeling it at the moment. They probably want this quarter to end pretty soon, but it's 26 minutes gone at the moment. Whitehorse with a 15-point lead. Paul, more scores.
And Upper Ferntree Gully 10-5-65 to Sylvan 5-6-36.
Out here at Springfield Park, it's, as Jared said, a 15-point lead now to the Pioneers. 26 minutes gone before the three-quarter time siren, as Kilsyth would hate to concede one more after doing so much work to get the margin back to a single figures just a few minutes prior. As I go out of defence, Sims underneath this one, takes the grab. Might have to move this quickly depending on when that siren's going to go. It won't be too much longer. Sim towards the pocket. Horvat's there again. And on the siren, on cue, Daniel Horvat, who shushed the crowd not long ago after his last set shot goal. He's standing in front of the Whitehorse faithful now, so won't be that sort of reaction if he puts this through. This is a tougher angle, but again, as we said last time, you just back him in to kick it from anywhere inside that forward 50 arc. Gets a bit of advice from, I don't know if he's giving some advice or has the beer in front of him.
Trying to get him to do the Fev.
Yeah, to have a sip before he takes the set shot, but Horvat, don't
tell me he's kicked it.
Fantastic finish. He can't miss. Daniel Horvat puts it through for Whitehorse 10-6-66 to 6-9-45, and he loves it, and every single Whitehorse player on the ground gets around him after that one. What a goal. He's fourth of the day, and he's starting to take it.
We thought his third was very good, but that one after the siren, cool as a cucumber, right on the boundary line. just took 2 steps and straight through the middle.
Love how he's just leaning on the fence too before he took the set shot. The goal kickers before we go to an ad break, Jad.
Horvath playing with confidence. He's got 4 for the day, 2 to Riley Bursins, the young man standing up well, singles to Fabris, Virtue and Prout, whereas Kilsyth, they've got all singles, Goodinson, Henschel, Jackson, Crosby, Luke Ivanovic and Nathan Van Vegten.
We're going to do our last ad break here before the final quarter. The Pioneers lead 10-6-66 to 6-9-40.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at
to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland EFNL Match of the Round. We're live from Springfield Park in a Division 4 clash between Whitehorse and Kilsyth, and currently Whitehorse lead 10-6-66 to Kilsyth 6-9-45. Ray, just quickly before we get some scores around the grounds, Kilsyth, they answered the challenge once during the third quarter. Can they do it again during the final?
Well, if they, I think, look, it's unknown. I think they could if things go their way. But look, it's been a great game of football. I think the difference in the two sides has been the Pioneers have got a couple of key forwards down there who have paid dividends, whereas Kilsyth haven't got those forwards.
Let's quickly get an interview from Chris Cordis.
Boys and Danny, you're in the Pioneers dugout with Tom Young. Tong, they started off strong, but you just keep holding them off. How have you seen the game so far?
Yeah, they did. They came out strong, which we knew they would. Last time we played them, they really got the jump on us on their bigger ground. I think our tackling pressure's been impressive this quarter. We just sort of need to get that first touch around our clearances and try and stay on top for this last quarter.
Excellent. And a lot of this game, Tom Dunn's been the spare man out the back. He's been excellent so far. How good has he been?
Yeah, Danny's an absolute weapon. He's got a booming left foot, so we try and release him whenever we can, try and get him high up the field and get it deep and long into our tall forwards and give him the best opportunity.
Excellent. Best of luck.
Thank you very much, Chris. As players make their way into position, we've got a small moment for some scores around the grounds, Paul Uconi.
In Premier Division, South Croydon 10-7-67 to Donny East 7-8-50. Baldwin 10-12-72 to Mitcham 5-6-36. Berwick 8-5-53 to East Ringwood 5-15-45. Blackburn 14-8-92 to Noble Park 4-28 in Division 1. In Division 1, Baronia 6-6-42 to Beakies, 5-8-38. Park Orchards 15-4-94 to Moorbark, 5-5-35. Bayswater 9-5-59 to Norwood, 5-9-39. And North Ringwood 8-5-53 to South Belgrave, 7-8-50.
Awesome, thank you very much, Paul, as we're underway for the final quarter. Smacking it forward with a secondary tap, that was Boakes. Whitehorse on the attack already. A flying shot at goal from Stoffels was way wide. Pushed it to the right for the one behind. Blake Tennant was at the Kilsyth huddle. Let's hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I couldn't actually hear much because he's a very quiet speaker, but just do better. That's just what they're after. The game's on the line here, so this is...
Well, not doing better at all.
Sorry about that. I couldn't actually hear a word because he's a very soft speaker.
Did you ask about this thing with Ivanovic on the road?
No, he didn't, no.
All right, inside 50 here for the Pioneers. Did he have it? Not quite, as Jacobs clears this one out towards the boundary line. Love to find out why. We might have to find that out after the game, Paul, with some scores in Division 2.
Yes. Heathmont 12-9-81 to East Burwood, 7-3. 45. Mulgrave 10-5-65 to Surrey Park 6-9-45. Very happy there, Ray. Wanturna South 11-7-73 to Ringwood 8-4-52. Tempe 8-4-52 to Lilydale 2-8-20. And Waverley Blues 9-3-57 to Croydon 4-9-33.
So Fabris moves the ball forward. McDougall takes the mark. Long way out from goal, too far out to score. So let's see what he can do with this ball. He'll put it towards the top of the square. If there can be mark taken, Sim got a hand to it. Declan Lamb finished with a footy. He was run down and dispossessed. And Whitehorse will be almost a certain goal from here. Oh. And great run-down tackle, and that really gives the Pioneers an opportunity to bury this game. Jacob Virtue already has one. He's lining up for goal number 2. And extend this margin out to a game-high 28 points. You'd expect him to kick it from here. It's 15 metres out, slight angle, and Virtue makes no mistake. The Pioneers move to 11-7-73 to 6-9-45 Kilsyth. 2.5 minutes gone, fourth quarter. And they are probably just about one goal away from officially breaking the backs of Kilsyth in this one. A game high, 28-point lead. Paul in the score centre.
In Div 3, Fair Park 5-4-34 to Donvale 4-9-33. Coldstream 9-9-63 to Ferntree Gully 8-7-55. Knox 8-8-56 to Oakley District 4-15-39. Scoresby 10-8-68 to the Basin 6-3-39 and Upper Gully 10-6-66 to Selwyn 5-6-36.
Sim with yet another clearance was able to hit up a man. He couldn't quite take the mark, however. Kilsyth desperate at the moment. George couldn't find a clear handball away. Prout is in there, wrapped up immediately. Another stoppage in the Whitehorse forward line. And at the moment, you just got to say that Whitehorse are probably winning this at the moment. Berzins couldn't quite handle it. Was under a lot of pressure by Aiton. And kicking it away was Cosham, but it's just gone out on the full. Whitehorse will load up once more, give themselves another chance at extending the lead even more. The lead was strong, but he had a man in the way, did Horvath. Couldn't quite take the mark. And it's going to end up in another ball up. 4 minutes gone in the final quarter. Whitehorse with their eyes on the prize, shoring up third spot in the division. Cosham once again with the rebound, and coming out and marking it well was Camden. Camden to look around. What's he going to do with this one? Spears it onto the wing. Push in the back has gone the way of Kilsyth. So this is Daniel Ivanovic. Trying to find the corridor. Aiton, good target. That was a good kick by Ivanovic in the end. And Aiton's going to push it wider still into the pocket. So where are they going to go with this one? Going back to try and go forward. Mark taken, Trent Elliott with this one. Just assessing his options. And the lack of a marking forward for Kilsyth, it could start to tell in these slower plays where they've not been able to penetrate the 50. Oh, he's stepped his man. He's going to go himself with a wobbly ball into the pocket. And it trickles away harmlessly. Whitehorse able to try and take it away from this stoppage. We'll see. 28-point lead at the moment in favour of Whitehorse, of course. Kilsyth, they need a goal, I think, from this play. There's another ball up, though. Who's going to be the likely one to come through the clearance? Well, it was a snap, but one under a lot of pressure, and we'll get another ball in.
So 5.5 minutes gone, final term. Pioneers with a pretty steady 28-point lead, but Kilsyth have got in their forward half, and they have had a few responses this afternoon. Clearing kick away from Boakes on that far side again. Prout's there for the Pioneers. The kick forward cut off, and right there into the hands of Lefebvre for the Kilsyth Cougars, who take the game on through the middle of the ground. Big contest here to be won, and it is won by the Pioneers. Handball over the top from Horvat. Falls in the hands of Fabris, who trips over at the wrong time, and wrapped up by Elliott. Will get a ball up. 60 out from the Pioneers goals. Browning comes in to get the hit down. Hit away there from Jackson. We'll get another ball up. Still hovering outside the forward 50 here for the Pioneers. They've kicked the last 4 goals of the game. After Kilsyth got the margin back to a pretty steady 3 points, but Van Vegten just ran into trouble. Went head first into that tackle and wrapped up as the Pioneers now will enter their forward 50. Long kick inside. And there be a mark. A lot of Kilsyth players around this footy looking to kill it. Sim off the ground was looking for something miraculous from there. And it's out of bounds on the full. I could see what he was thinking. If that had, if he had connected with it.
No, definitely. Well, I mean, it would have been a miracle. Maybe
for the highlight
goal of the day. Yeah, one for the highlight reel, of course. So Kilsyth just need to win this contest. All these contests are starting to look like they're going Whitehorse's way at the moment. Kilsyth have hit a bit of a wall, unfortunately. 7.5 minutes gone in this final quarter. Sim trying to get the clearance, not able to at the moment. Figuring it out was Browning, nearly in the clinches, was able to find a man in space, but that space was shut down very quickly. Whitehorse happy to lock it up at the moment, knowing that they've got the best chance of winning and time on their side.
Yeah. More people around these sausages than seagulls around a packet of potato chips, isn't there, eh?
Well, I came into this game thinking that that's what Kilsyth would have wanted, but at this stage of the game, no, definitely not.
No. Well, this would be, what, the 5th ball up, I think, on the trot?
Yeah, I'd say so. So we've gone to 8.5 minutes now in the final quarter. Sim, well, it went through his hands, trying to get it away. There was Jackson, not able to do it. Pushing the back, called, and it's going to be going the way of Whitehorse again. Another entry into their forward line on offer, and it's Harry Prout.
He's been very serviceable today, Prout.
Absolutely,
over 4
good.
quarters. Yep.
Yeah, good contest winner for certain for Whitehorse. So, a lot of red and black jumpers down at this contest. They all fly for it. One of them punched it, and it's gone over the line. Seems like the energy is just slowly leaking out of this game, unfortunately. Tap down. Sim was the target of that Cosham. Gets another rebound. He's done that well, but into the middle of the ground. And it was mostly Whitehorse. Going to ground was Savvy. He's challenged by Kilsyth. Got the handball away to McDougall. Kick off the ground by Boakes. I thought that mark was taken. No, handball back to Boakes. Fresh airy this time. And now Whitehorse to share it round. It's going back and forth, and it's going to come back again. As Kilsyth has taken the intercept mark from by Jacob Muschetti.
So out of defence, finds Browning. Plays on straight away. They're just got to take every opportunity they can. You heard it off the boot. He didn't like that one. It fell into the hands of Nelson. Stolen again. Jackson got his kick away, and he earned himself a free kick in the process of it too. High free kicks. Jackson will move this quickly, passes it off to Henschel. Off one boot, just sends it long into the direction of Vanovic towards the boundary line and tapping it across. We'll get a boundary throw in. 11-7-73 Whitehorse playing Kilsyth 6-9-45. 10 minutes gone final term. We haven't got an update from Croydon North for a while, but they were leading 39-13 at half time. So if they go on to win that game, they'll be equal points with Kilsyth unless there's some sort of comeback here in the final 15 minutes of this game. Aiton's kick out of bounds on the full, and Whitehorse will take possession of it through Joel Savvy.
Lights are on.
Yes, and of course Joel Dalgleish was one of those late outs for Whitehorse, so a couple of big outs for them. I know Kilsyth have had their certainly injury troubles across the season as well. A handball from Sim towards the boundary line. Horvat happy to just walk that across the line. So 11 minutes gone final term.
Sir, turn the lights on, please.
Knew that'd bring it out of him.
There's the boundary throw in front of us, broadcast side. Tap down from Browning. Handballed off to Van Vegten. Just gets past his opponent. Got the handball away just in time before he was tackled. Big tackle laid there by Matt Peter Budge.
He wanted to kick it there, Van Vegten, but recognised that he couldn't because his opponent, just had his legs or had stopped his momentum.
Did well enough to get it away. Browning tapped down.
Yeah.
Cop one high, did Crosby. And Crosby will get a set shot on goal here from about 20 metres out. Good chance to kick his second of the afternoon and bring the margin back to 22 points. And if he can do that, it just opens up the conversation again.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Chris Quarters.
Jacob Virtue back on the ground now after a short break. Expect him to set up on the wing. He's just going to look to give him a lot of run.
Thanks, Chris, as Cole Crosby comes in looking for goal number 2 for the Cougars. Crosby's kick straight through the middle. Kilsyth get the margin back to 22 points. 7-9-51 to 11-7-73. 12 minutes gone final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I'm pretty sure that went over the backing fence.
Careful, my
Ryan,
car's,
I was just that's where I was going.
I did warn him when we at the start of the day.
You said
because it was dead straight too. So
and Ray, you saw my car, the Toyota Corolla, all washed and cleaned. You've been telling me for weeks to get it cleaned.
With one red Sharon spot on the boot right now.
Tanya, Ryan, I just wanted to do it for the lulz. So sorry, mate.
So if there was going to be a spark for Kilsyth, it's going to have to come from that goal. Whitehorse, however, get the clearance once more. Scooped up by Stoffels. He could put an end to the resistance. No, not quite. Scooped up again. I think that was Lamb. They managed to escape their defence, but held up there was Ray by Sim. And he's just going to have to find a free option. There's going to have to be movement down the line for Kilsyth. Is there? There is a little bit. Aiton was one of them. I think he targeted Aiton, but it just went over his head. He's not a tall man, but it should have been better than that. And Whitehorse will get it back. And there's Horvat. There's the man that Kilsyth do not want to have the ball at any place near the goals. And he's got it right now. 4 goals for the game thus far, Daniel Horvat. 33 for the season. Missing Tom Young today, of course, his partner in crime. And has been able to do well enough to cover his absence. And it'll put an exclamation point on his game if he's able to slot this one. The Pioneers will ride this home. And he sprayed it right.
Missed. Okay.
So let off for Kilsyth.
Yeah, get him off. No, he's been a great pivot point for the Pioneers up forward today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that moves Whitehorse to 11-8-74. Kilsyth 7-9-51. 14.5 minutes gone final term. So 23 points in it. There's still a pulse here for the Cougars if they can get this ball from end to end and get something going. Lefebvre down towards that far side. Savvy's out the back here for the Pioneers. Happy to see it over as Blake Tennant, who's Really struggling to bend down to pick that one up. Lost his headphones as he... no wonder Forest Hill reserves were struggling
that's
with
the
him.
Man that's in the centre stoppages for Forest Hill Resi's boys.
Yeah, I'll worry about that.
That's why they won.
He
now.
cannot bend over, I don't think. As the ball comes out, Browning picked off this time by
great
the
work by
Pioneers.
Haining, yes.
As they move it down, big tackle laid, and a big one for Kilsyth holding the ball, free kick.
You'd think while Haining was still at
It'll be
Montrose, he would have given a
Elliott's.
few tips to Blake. Like how to get on the
I
ground.
had to juggle a lot of things there, guys.
Carl Elliott, the former
We love you,
Warburton Millgrove man. He gets it to Van Vegten, over now to Jackson, and now over to Henderson. They're going to have to figure this one out. The clamps are starting to close. Whitehorse defence smell blood. Can they put a stop to this charge by Kilsyth? Sells is in there now. They still retain the ball through Ray, but the tackles keep coming, and it's holding the ball. And Whitehorse managed to put the brakes on.
Well, they botched that one up.
They did completely.
So many opportunities.
Yeah, they just couldn't quite find a man who had the confidence to kick it. And Whitehorse, through Berkman, are now going to try and figure their way throughout the ground they know so well. Connell to the spare man back. And I believe that was... you know what? I'm not sure. It was a Peter Budge, in fact. Now over to Gilliland. Target down the line is going to be Sim, but it spills over harmlessly in front of the nigh victorious Whitehorse bench. 16 and a half minutes gone, and some scores around the grounds.
Yeah, we'll go some big scores in Premier. Berwick still lead. They lead by 8 points. At Berwick 9-5.
Gonna have to cut you off. Sorry, Paul. That was an excellent clearance by Fabris. He found a man down the line in Hunt, and he was able to pick off Burzins, and he can go back and potentially slot his third. We'll quickly get some more scores. In fact, no, it was Carroll, not Burzins. Some more. No, he's found a man open. And I believe this is Horvath.
Horvath, yeah. Who else?
Who else would it be?
How can you... I know it's late in the game, but he was just wide open and they switched off.
Well, I think that's the thing that Damien Murray was talking about in terms of concentration. They had it, I reckon, for 3 quarters for the most part. But when you've got 4 quarters to play against a team with the pedigree of Whitehorse, a player like Horvath, and the other stars along their lines, Horvath just turns away, gives it the... someone give a name to that. I'm not sure what that was.
He knew where the cameras were too.
Maybe a TikTok, boys. No Ray's into his TikTok, so...
We'll get Paul to finish off some of those.
We might have to ask him about the celebration after the game, I reckon.
Yeah, so Berwick have just kicked the goal and they've extended to 14 points. So Berwick 10-5-65 to East Ringwood 6-15-51. Could be a massive upset there. In Div 1, Baronia 6-9-45 to Beaky 5-11-41, and South Belgrave 10-8-68 to North Ringwood 9-6-60.
McDougall with the clearance that time. No mark taken by Kilsyth. Horvath again. Could it be 7?
No, he's got 5.
Oh, he's got... Oh, yeah, I can't count. That would have been 6,
To
but
be hon-
it's 5-2 instead.
To be honest, I think, and Ray would probably remember this one along with me, it looked a bit more like a bit of jazzercise from the 80s he was getting into.
Yeah. Got some Div 3 scores quickly as well. Donvale 6-10-46 to Fair Park 6-7-43, and Knox 8-12-60 to Oakley District 6-15-51.
So here go the Cougars through Sheepers. Ivanovic underneath that one, back on the field, not on the road at the moment. As the ball comes out, almost juggling that and losing it was Parsons. Did well, they got the handball away as the Pioneers have Sim on the far wing. Got some scores from Hughes Park, which we'll deliver in just a moment as the ball goes towards Horvath. Handball over the top of the head. Was it just a handball and hope in the end, cut off by Cosham. Ball comes forward here. This is probably the best chance through Camden towards Ivanovic in the pocket. If he can take the mark on the chest, he does. Worked hard to get there to take that mark.
That was well played by Kilsyth coming out of defence then.
Yeah,
And their forwards gave them something to kick to.
Vanovic plays on, snap around the corner, puts it through, and a late consolation for the Cougars. They now move to 8-9-57, trailing Whitehorse 12-8-80. That score at Hughes Park, Croydon North 10-15-75 to Warrandyte 5-5-35. They look like they're going to get the upset, and with Kilsyth losing this game, they'll be equal on points, and potentially might come down in percentage, but just doing the math in my head, I think it's going to be pretty close. They might be fourth by the end of the afternoon.
I think match ratio also comes into it as well, Ryan.
That's correct, but they've both played the same amount of games, so it will come to percentage on that one.
I think Croydon North might have the easiest run home out of both of these sides, so it's going to be interesting.
Fascinating stuff. Haining just takes it out of the ruck. He's done that a couple times today. Been a bit of a feature, and the mark's been taken. Whitehorse will line up for yet another goal. Goal 13 on offer. And it's Burzins this time. Goal 3 on offer for him. As I really liked his game. He's been a good servant today for Whitehorse. Could kick his 5th goal in the maroon and white. Hush falls over the ground as he'll be kicking towards the direction of Luka Vanovic's house, I guess. There it is. He's kicked it. 3 for the day for Burzins. Whitehorse will take the lead further.
He's kicked 3 goals for the day, but he really hasn't been outstanding. He's done a serviceable job down there,
Has he got the same run-up as Horvat too? They have that Josh Kennedy style sort of stutter step, but it works for him clearly.
It works,
I'll tell you what though, underrated just set shot kicking, and Whitehorse have been fantastic in front of goals this afternoon. We talk about this all the time. It's such a basic element of the game, but even at the elite level, people or players just struggle to kick their set shots, and Whitehorse certainly haven't. They've done well converting their opportunities. Back in the middle it goes again. Ivanovic with the handball forward for the Cougars. Towards the centre half forward line. Savvy gets through a tackle, got it away in time. Machete's there for the Cougars. Short kick forward towards the boundary line. Aiton chasing this one. If he can pick it up cleanly, might as well have a shot from there. Great finish. Has he put it through?
He has.
He has.
He has.
And that's another Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. What a finish there. And that brings the margin back to 23 points, 9-9-63 to 13-8-86. And if the game was a little bit close, I reckon that would have really got the Kilsyth faithful up and about. But it is just a bit of a consolation one. But fantastic finish in the running again for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
Well, there's at least 4 minutes left in the game. They need 4 goals. They don't have the key forwards, I don't think, to manage that reliably, but
I'll tell you what though, they haven't thrown in the towel today. They've kept at it,
and I think that's what the main thing that Damien Murray will be taking from this game in terms of positives. Whitehorse once again to get the clearance as they have done so for most of this quarter. However, turning it over, it was a bit of an even contest for the mark, so having to lay the tackle there was Horvat, and we'll get a ball up. Whitehorse's forward line. Burzins went up for the ruck that time and was happy to direct it to the boundary line. So Whitehorse, after 3 losses in a row, they got a win back against Bulleen Templestowe and make it 2 in a row here today, putting their season back into a bit of a nicer light for them, I think. McDougall's kick was smothered. Once more, the boundary line wins out.
Great to have Nick Rewalt in the comment section on YouTube. Not the real Nick Rewalt.
I wouldn't imagine so. I think he'd be potentially busy today. Anyway, Sells will take the mark out of defence for Kilsyth. Running along with it, that was Van Vegten. Kick to centre half forward. No mark taken, but scooped up by Ivanovic, and he's going to take a shot at goal, and he kicks another. Kilsyth not dropping their heads one bit. Luke Ivanovic kicks his 3rd, and the scoreline is not looking too bad, is it?
Well, mathematically this time.
Yeah, there is. That's for sure. So 13-8-86 to 10-9-69.
I don't know.
I mean,
They keep conceding the clearances though, Kilsyth, and that's they can't do that.
I think they're...
I mean, it might be Nick Revolt in the comments there, because Seven don't do games on a Saturday, so unless he's doing games on radio, I'm not sure.
Don't think Nick Revolt's listening in today, but that's okay. Back in the middle again. I mean, you'd have to get a pretty quick centre clearance here, Kilsyth, if there were any hope of just making this a little bit more thrilling finish. But
the quarters haven't been long today either. So.
No, that's right. Are pretty comfy at the moment. The handball to Prout. Again, the centre clearance won by the Pioneers in the direction of Haining. Clears his head. Here's Horvat. Handball over the top. It actually works out okay. Got it off to Burzin. Socket off the ground. And it's just a minor score, so they move to 13-10, 88. Kilsyth 10-9, 69.
I've liked Boakes' game in the ruck as well. He's just definitely given them first use. Kilsyth have not been able to deal with that. Great mark down the line. The kick went straight to the centre of the ground, and Sells took the mark, got it off to Crosby, and he's found a target. Trying to shake off the tackle there was Muschietti. Kicks it to the forward line, offhand. The boundary throw-in is going to be inevitable.
Boundary.
Let's go down to Chris on the boundary line.
Bit disappointed with you guys in the van over there. That taunt went half the field and not a single word was said about it.
I was looking at my phone.
Was that what the cheers were from over there? I could hear that in the background.
I definitely think it was.
Massive torp it was. I didn't see where the kick came from, though. I was looking at the contest rather than... I mean, I suppose it was that big.
He was probably about 5 metres out from the square.
Yeah, that is... I'll have to take a look back at that one. That is impressive.
The goal square, that is.
Yes. Sim was involved in that contest. As we'll have another ball up. Whitehorse happy to let time tick down. Boakes stripped of it as soon as he had it. The contest rolls on, however, no one escaping from it this time. Let's go to Paul with quite an interesting score.
Berwick looked just about home against East Ringwood. They lead by 20 points at the 20.5-minute mark of the last quarter. Berwick 11-6-72 to East Ringwood 16-52.
Gee, that has to be the upset of the season in any division.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, I could see that, like at Edwin Flack, I can sort of justify that in my mind a little bit, but at East Ringwood...
Incredible.
That blows my mind.
Would that put Blackburn on top or a percentage in the way? Because I think...
Good question.
Yeah,
they've both lost 2 games at this point. Back to this one, trying to escape from that was Ray. The kick forward goes Kilsyth's way. However, rebounding was Whitehorse. The kick into space, so the race is on. Trapped there by George. He tried to step around his man, but was tackled anyway. Fabris gets the kick wide to Haining. He's got caution.
Oh, here he goes.
Here
he goes.
leave it.
And there's also...
He's worried Haining was going to clean it.
There's also...
There's a training drill for you.
There's also potentially another huge upset in Div 3. Donvale only lead by 3 points against Fair Park at 3/4 time, so...
Kilsyth go inside forward 50 again. Oh, he's trying to do it all himself, is Clemo. He was never going to be able to with that many Pioneers around him. And holding the ball was the only reasonable result from that.
So, Hunt, or Berkman in fact, they're happy just to maintain possession now and let the clock run down. 13-9-87 to 10-9-69. There is your siren. And the Pioneers have got home by 3 goals, 18 points in what was a pretty entertaining game in the end. I think we got our value out of this one.
Absolutely.
And for the Pioneers, Daniel Horvat kicking 5 goals, Burzin kicked 3, and then Virtue, Fabris, Prout and Hunt all getting on the scoreboard for the Kilsyth Cougars. Ivanovic ended up with 3 goals in the second half after he had a spell on the road for a little bit, according to our boundary riders, which I'm still not 100% sure if that was right or not. But Crosby kicked 2 goals, Ayton kicked 1, Van Begden kicked 1, Goodinson kicked 1, Henschel and Jackson also with 1 goal each. And a big win for the Pioneers, and it is official. The Kangaroos have won, and they won by quite a comfortable margin in the end, which puts a bit of pressure on Kilsyth now. They won 76-49 at home at Hughes Park. So
celebrating the victory in the tipping there.
And getting that in from Six Stevens, who's actually out in Brisbane, but he's getting those score updates come through. So entertaining game here, and it does have ripple effects for the season and where these sides might potentially finish at the end of the year. But
definitely,
we'll hear from one of the players after the game, or potentially a couple, depending on how our boundary riders go down there, Ray. But the Pioneers, they were the better side in the end, and played better for longer.
Yeah, when you analyse it, look, they were the better side. They won in the ruck all day. They had key forwards down there, and poor old Kilsyth. Look, you can't take anything away from their endeavour, but they were just outplayed by bigger opponents today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boundary.
Well, take us underway, Blake.
Yeah, just down here with the man himself, Daniel Horvat. You made a name for yourself down here at Whitehorse. How do you judge that performance? You know, really big game today. You know, I think it was 6 today, was it?
Only 5. It's 5.
I've got on my record 6, but how did you go today?
5.
I thought it was all right. The last few weeks have probably been a little bit inconsistent, and as a team, we kind of lacked a little bit of hunt around the ball. And last week we kind of had a really big bounce back in that regard, and I kicked a few last week. But credit to these boys. This is a little ground, and they make the ground look so big. We spread the ball really well, and I'm just lucky to get one-on-ones and the opportunity to take some grabs.
Yeah, and you know, there's a little bit of Batman and Robin. Obviously, you didn't have Tommy Young out there today. And do you always ask that? Who's Batman and who's Robin between those two? Because I know you missed him today, obviously.
Nah, he's the big dog. He's a ripper. He's been at the club a while, so yeah, he's the big dog. I'm behind him, that's for sure.
And just a celebration. What was that celebration just down there? What was that all about?
I just saw a dance on TikTok and spoke to a few of the boys, and I think last year I pulled a footy card out of my skin, so just getting back to celebrating and getting around each other, and they thought doing celebrations might help that, and clearly it does. I might look like an idiot, but I'll take it on the chin.
Can you do the celebration one more time for the boys?
No, it's already on the chin.
Right, over to you, Chris.
We've got to meet boys. I'm here with Tom Dunn. Tom, brilliant defensive effort from yourself and also the boys. How good does that win feel?
It was pretty good. We felt a little bit undermanned losing our fullback about 30 minutes before the game, but it was a good win for the boys. A few tough weeks, as Paul spoke about. So to get on the winning list and beat a quality side like Kilsyth's pretty good.
Yeah, and you mentioned since the bye, you were 1-3 coming into this game. Obviously, that's a big win as well. Quarter North Hemlock won today. I'm not sure if you boys are aware of that. So this win goes a long, long way to getting you boys there in finals. How confident are you that you can be there at the pointy end of the season?
Pretty confident. A few down weeks, but we know we can respond. We know what we can do, and a few weeks at home for the back end of the season should help us and get some more confidence going.
Excellent, mate. Why not?
Thanks there to Chris and Blake on the boundary line, doing a fantastic job, and hopefully that is definitely that celebration did make it onto YouTube. We'll double check that one, get that one up on the socials. But Blake was right. It was a TikTok dance. Paul, you got an important score, have you?
I do have some important scores from Div 3. Got a final score. Coldstream with their third win of the year, 14-9-93 to Ferntree Gully, 8-8-56, and some 2 games which have some big comebacks in it. Oakley District have hit the front against Knox. Oakley District 9-16-70 to Knox 9-12-66, and Sylvan have hit the front against Upper Gully 12-9-81 to Upper Gully 12-8-80. I think Upper Gully were 6 goals up at one stage. They were 6 goals up at 5 goals up at 3/4 time.
Whoa.
So that's a big comeback if Sylvan can get up there.
Wow. I can't believe that. They are 2 complete different sides at home and away. That is unbelievable. We're going to potentially get the audio of the song is thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives as Whitehorse make their way into the rooms, and after the song we will go to an ad break, and we've got plenty of time to wrap things up, talk about all those results across the divisions. Plenty of things going on as well as we'll recap a few things. Jade?
Sorry, I just saw the score for Donvale and Fair Park tick over on his phone. Donvale's really pulled away in that one, unfortunately for Fair Park, and even more unfortunate now for them that Coldstream has won that game against Ferntree Gully.
Yes, that probably sinks their season now officially.
Yeah.
And Ferntree Gully too.
That's a final score now. Donvale have won by 34 points. Donvale
not a bad effort from Fair Park.
3 to Fair Park 7-7-45. No, of course they were in the game for 3/4 and led at one stage led at quarter time and led midway in the 3rd quarter.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get the song, unless that's coming through, Lee. I'm not too sure.
No, the lads have just come straight back to the van. They're
Oh, okay.
right.
No, that'll be why.
I think they took their headsets off earlier. They didn't know we were waiting for the song.
No,
I did
all
tell
good.
them, see how you go, but it doesn't matter.
No, that's all right. We're going to take a break here, and then we're going to jump into all things around the league, recap all the scores, recap this finish out here with the Pioneers winning by 18 points.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive now football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Springfield Park. Wrapping things up here, the Pioneers 13-9-87, winners over Kilsyth 10-9-69. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Jared Beanland, Paul Uconi, Ray Baird, Chris Cordis, Blake Tennant as well will be joining us, and we'll recap all the scores around the ground. So we've got plenty of time to really to break everything down. In fact, we've got almost half an hour, so we'll really stretch this one out and go through everything. We've also got our awards, of course, the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground, which should be an interesting one. I've certainly got someone in mind, but I know there's probably a few standouts across the board. We've also got the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, which is also going to be difficult because there was quite a few. Yep. And we will start with that one. Obviously, recency biased. That last goal, which I believe was...
McKinley Ayton, I think.
Yes, McKinley Ayton, which was the one in the pocket down there. That was a very good finish. There was Prout, who socketed it to himself from outside 50. There's a few others. I don't know, Chris, if you had... thoughts on that?
No, I was just going to say, I don't think it's recency bias at all. That Aiden goal, he got hit while he kicked it, still managed to get the outswing needed to keep it on line, and was just clear middle of the sticks. So that's going to be my vote.
That was a very good goal from what we saw on the monitor.
It definitely stands out for me.
Yeah, I like it. I think that's probably your Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. If anyone has any objections. Nope. McKinley Aiden walks away with the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award, a $50 Coles and Meyer gift card voucher, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. We've also got our Sports Go Eastland Best on Ground award. We are going to do our 1, 2, 3. Of course, we've got Blake as well, who's doing the hard yards out on the field at the moment, bringing in all the sports cover goalpost padding covers, and great to see him back, and that's his punishment this week for playing at Forest Hill for the last few weeks and ignoring us. He's now got to do those duties, but there he is on the screen. I don't actually, it's not training on our screen, but it's training, yeah. Interestingly enough, we'll talk about this when he comes back, Forest Hill reserves, Blake comes out of the side and they win their first game of the season. I think there was an issue, and they've found it out. They've dropped him, and they're doing much better. We'll talk about that a bit later. Sports Go Eastland Best on Ground. I'm happy to write them down, but Ray, you're ready to go. You've got your 1, 2, 3 for today's game.
Yeah, look, one vote I gave to Harrison Prout. I thought he was, particularly in the first half, he really stood up, but even his second half was good. He done some of the hard yards. So one vote to Prout. 2 votes I gave to Tom Dunn down back. I thought he was magnificent when the ball came down there. You know, it's great to see a young player play so well, particularly in a defensive role. And 3 votes, 5 goals to Daniel Horvath. To me, he was the key player up forward. There was lots of apologies to other players that came in and out. I liked the work of Boakes in the ruck, particularly in the first half, and also towards the and on the other hand, Luka Ivanovic with 3 goals. He also played very well, so apologetic to him as well.
Yeah, it certainly was quite impressive, particularly in that second half. We'll work our way. Chris Cordis, your 1, 2, 3 today.
Yep, I've gone 1 vote for Andrew Haining. I just think in the middle 2 quarters of that game, especially when Kilsyth were getting on top of the Pioneers, he kind of took it upon himself to get himself in the middle and kind of steady the ship, and I think that was exactly what they needed him to do at the time. So I gave him 1 vote, went 2 votes to Daniel Horvath. 5 goals, enough said, really. He was their target up forward. And then I've gone 3 to Tom Dunn. I think especially in such a strong defensive performance throughout a lot of the game, him being the spare man back, obviously his left boot can take plenty of territory and plenty of distance when he used it, and it was really the catalyst and the reason that a lot of their ball movement was getting started down back, so I gave 3 to him.
Paul Uconi, your 1, 2, 3 today?
My 1 vote goes to Luke Ivanovic. 2 votes go to Daniel Horvath, and 3 to Tom Dunn.
Jared Beanland?
Yeah, I was tossing up whether to give it to a midfielder or one of the rucks. I think my number 1 vote will go to Patrick Boakes. I think he was excellent throughout, as Ray said, the first half, and especially in halting Kilsyth's ability to get anything going out of the centre. It really was him in the ruck in the final quarter, and any comeback that Kilsyth was going to produce, it would have had to come from there, so he stopped that, so well done to him. 2 votes I've got to give to Horvath for the 5 goals, and for all the reasons that have been mentioned, Tom Dunn is my 3.
Yeah, I'm just giving Dunn the 1. I've gone him for the 1 vote. You've probably summed up his game pretty well so far. I thought he was really impressive. I've gone 2 to Haining because, look, I just think probably in that second quarter when Kilsyth were on top and he probably played more of a role in the ruck, and just some of the clearance work that he does. He's such a big unit, so he's one-on-one. It's very hard for any sort of ruckman to compete against him. Set up a lot of their clearances and was pretty impressive for them. And I've gone 3 for Daniel Horvath because I think the fact that in a game where I think Kilsyth probably struggled to have that target up forward, Horvath was the guy who, not only would he take the marks one-on-one, but I think he had 1 set shot that he missed, but besides that, he was he wasn't missing, and he was kicking them from tough angles too. And just think it's just an underrated skill, goal kicking sometimes. It's true. We've got Blake Tennant, I think. Has he gone again?
He's gone again. Yeah. Very quickly, Ryan, just on Andrew Haining in the ruck. Like I used to do when I first started videoing for the for the EFNL, I followed Montrose around for 2 or 3 years. Yep. So I saw a lot of Andrew in the early days, and I reckon he's almost back to the way he was back then. So that's 10 or 15 years ago.
Yep. Yeah,
Look,
no, I would
he's
agree
been
with that.
He's been a great player over a long time. And the year that he won the Chandler Medal, the year that the Montrose came up and played in the top division, he was the outstanding ruckman
That's
by
right.
far that year in that competition. Yeah.
So he
Chandler
backed off a
medalist.
bit, but I reckon it's it's good to see him back out there.
Yeah, of course. And with one person still to come, the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground voucher is still up for grabs. So it is going to come down to who Blake Tanner gives the 1, 2, 3, which Ray hates.
In fact, just while Blake's not here. As I was walking back to the van, he was talking to a couple of mates, I suppose that they'd be, and he says, someone goes, "Oh, we're playing here next week. You're gonna be down. I'll line up on you." He says, "Oh no, I'm a bit sore."
I don't know where he has gone. I'm assuming he's probably gone for. He hasn't given out awards or anything yet because we haven't. He doesn't know who won them.
Yeah.
So there is still, of course,
he's not going for a burger award, has he?
He's gone to say hi to Andrew Haining, I think.
Yeah, we're not done. We're not. We haven't clocked off, Blake. If he's having a chat with Haining at the moment, we'll
it is.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Blake.
Well, Ryan, have you, without telling us who, have you got a clear winner or you got equals?
Do we do the tiebreaker off most three? Most.
It's up for grabs between
votes?
Tom Dunn and Daniel Horvat. So once he gets his 1, 2, 3, that will decide who.
He's coming over. Hold on, I've waved him over.
So obviously,
He's on the jog.
Obviously, there were some players who probably didn't get mentioned, but were impressive too.
3-2-1 votes.
I actually really liked some of the efforts from the Kilsyth plays, but I thought they came in and out. Van Vechten was one of those. Vanovic was big in the second half where he hit the scoreboard. We finally got Blake and
Browning tried very hard.
Yeah, Browning fought hard
as well. Undermanned, but tried very hard.
Yeah, certainly undersized compared to them. And Blake, you're going to decide it here with. I won't tell you who's in front at the moment, but your 1, 2, 3 will decide who gets the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground voucher.
Oh, it's a hard one for one for me, but my 3 goes to Daniel Horvat.
That decides it.
Yeah, I think he was really good today, really strong. Just the vocal point as well with the absent of no Young, of course. I'm going to go to 2 votes. Riley Burtsons, I think that's how you say his name, is it? Bursons, yep.
Yeah, good, actually good pick. He was good.
Yeah, and I thought he played and really, he had a tough job today, but I thought Luka Vanovic 1 vote for me.
So that means Daniel Horvat is the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground award winner today. Kicked 5 goals, super impressive. So congratulations to him. He walks away with a $50 Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground voucher as well. Of course, yes, and there's your 2 if you want
Doesn't
to
stop here.
Oh, keep working hard. Good work, Blake.
Who's the goal the day before I go, boys?
McKinley Aiden, number 23.
Yeah, that was a good snag. Yeah, rate that.
It was. So we'll let you get those awards out, and then if you have time, come back before 5:15, and we'll wrap things up.
Leave the mic here. We don't want an interview.
Yeah. Well, we'll get some scores around the grounds as well from Paul, wrapping up a big day. Start us off in Premier Division and talk us through what's happened.
In Premier, South Croydon 18-8, 116 to Donny East 14-10, 94.
Doncaster East 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. Yeah.
They lost. Oh man, I've had enough of them. Sorry. They're just like what? It's just flip of a coin every week. Like what are we doing here? My goodness.
Baldwin 21-17, 143 to Mitcham 5-12, 42. Berwick 11-7, 73 to East Ringwood 8-19, 67, and Blackburn 21-12, 138 to Noble Park 6-9, 45.
Ooh. Okay, that's rough for the Bulls. That really does hold some momentum that they were building.
In Division 1, and this is at the moment, it's not sure if it's a final score, but Beaky lead 9-12, 66 to Baronian 8-13, 61. Park Orchards 19-7, 121 to Murrelbach 6-10, 46. Bayswater 14-11, 95 to Norwood 6-10, 46. And North Ringwood have got up over South Belgrave. North Ringwood 13-9, 87 to South Belgrave 11-10, 76.
I did say if South Belgrave were going to lose any game throughout the rest of the season, it would be that one. And I'm still surprised. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm very surprised.
Yeah, that's massive.
It's wild.
Heathmont 17-12, 114 to East Belwood 7-6-48. Mulgrave 15-13, 103 to Surrey Park 9-11-65. Wani South 15-9, 99 to Ringwood 11-5, 71. Tempe 13-16, 94 to Lilydale 4-12, 36. And Waverley Blues 12-9, 81 to Croydon at 4-10, 34.
So Mulgrave finally took a scalp.
Yeah.
Finally.
Just had a look too. I just came up on my socials. Mulgrave in the reserves, who also won by a point. Adam Booth playing.
Yeah.
Too, so just keep an eye on that one.
Silver Fox.
Just before you go, tell Blake that Adam Booth made a comeback. Blake can make a comeback.
He will come back now.
What's he got? He's got about another 20 years to...
In Div 3, Donvale 12-11-83 to Fair Park 7-7-49. Coldstream 14-9-93 to Ferntree Gully 8-8-56. Knox 10-12-72 to Oakley District 9-16-70. Scoresby 14-9-93 to the Basin 7-6-48. And Sylvan 12-9-81 to Upper Ferntree Gully 12-8-80.
That's a final score?
Yes.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
And
it is quite incredible. It is, isn't it?
Croydon in Division 4. Croydon North Emlock 10-16-76 to Warrandyte 7-7-49.
I just can't believe. I mean, with Sylvan's and the ladder now, Sylvan back inside the top 5. It certainly hurts for Oakley and Ferntree Gully. They're just about now out of it.
Coldstream won too.
Coldstream wins, so that really puts Fair Park just about out of it. Your percentage gap of 14 is pretty hard to overturn. I don't think they're going to get 2 more wins and overtake them without Coldstream winning another game. It's interesting. Upper Gully lose again. They're now 4th. They might miss the double chance from here. They've still got to play Scoresby and Donvale. A lot of talking points. That's shifts again.
Division 3 is just chaos.
In Premier with East Ringwood losing, Blackburn have equalled East Ringwood on points, but East Ringwood are still top because of percentage. But Berwick now they're now in 8th, so they're now 2 games clear of Mitcham, who are last at the moment with their win over East Ringwood.
Yeah, that's the other big one. So they're just about, with the percentage gap as well. I know it's not too much.
Does that make sense? Because South Croydon...
South Croydon are now down to 9th, and they're at 2...
So that hasn't included South Croydon's win just yet.
Yeah, so South Croydon already had 3 wins. They were already on 12.
So they'll be back to... They'll be back to 8.
So Berwick are 9th still.
Berwick still 9th, yeah. But, I mean, avoiding relegation yet again.
I don't know what that is up on top of the roof, but we'll just go back to Division 3 because we still do have a bit of time to go over these results and what it sort of all means. Scoresby and Donvale play each other round 17, so that will, I would say, unless there's some other quirky results.
That's a grand final preview, that.
Could be a grand final preview. We'll also decide who gets the minor premiership, who has the week off, unless one of these sides lose to someone else, but particularly with the way Scoresby going, they're very consistent. They just find the ways of wins. But Knox Oakley won. They didn't have Dane Swan there today.
No Luke Potts either.
No Luke Potts. So
was the
competitive
consultant playing, or
he was playing? But it's a big result for both sides. Ferntree Gully, and that's why I think last week when we talked about that game against who they played last week.
Ferntree Gully played
Donvale, and I just couldn't trust that result as because their form prior to that had been so poor. So they lose to Coldstream
somehow.
Well, that sums their season up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does, doesn't it? That's it for them.
Yeah.
Sorry, am I on? I don't know.
Right.
I am on. I do have a score for that Forest Hill Bulleen Templestowe score. Bulleen Templestowe, I think they were up by 60 points at 3/4 time. So
big win there for the Bulleen.
But the reserves had a big win today. Forest Hill reserves.
We did bring this up before, and we're waiting for you to come back in. It is quite interesting that you come out and they find a new ruckman and they get their first win of the season.
Yeah, it's pretty iconic, isn't it? But well done. You know, they've obviously been at the footy club. You know, haven't been. You know, it's been a rough year, obviously, for Forest Hill. But
are you going down there tonight to?
No. I'm off to the MCG tonight to watch my beloved Tigers. So that's why I came with you.
Yeah, absolutely. But good result for the Bull Ants. Some talking points, of course, in this division. Unfortunately, the ladder hasn't updated on Play HQ just yet.
Just got a final score in Div 1. Baronia have got up over Beaky. Baronia 9-15-69 to Beaky 9-12-69.
Yeah, Ray. Okay. Let him know.
He's up and about, Ray. Of his. But do we have a final score for the South Belgrave North Ringwood?
Yes, North Ringwood Lake have got up.
So there you go, Jared. Your roughie gets up there.
That's a big result.
Well, I did talk.
Their first win against the top 5 side.
No, that's good for them, and you know that round 17 battle as well could be crucial for that 5th spot. So big win, and today was the day. I think I made a little bit of a case, and not much, but.
It was hard to tip against South Belgrave.
Just having a look at the teams and all that sort of stuff.
But Blake, interestingly enough, not only has it given them a bit of a gap inside the top 5, it actually moves them ahead of Beaconsfield, who slipped to 5th.
Wow.
And Beaconsfield play Montrose at Montrose next
I heard
that's now becoming
the Furnace Derby.
The Furnace Derby. I haven't put Beaconsfield in the Furnace, but Beaconsfield had a few out.
You've got to put East Ringwood in the Furnace today, Craig. The bottom side, mate.
Yeah, well, East Ringwood have been the best, the benchmark team.
I know, you've got plenty of mates at East Ringwood. You'll stick with your mates.
I don't really have that many mates at East Ringwood, Ray. I love all 46 clubs. So.
But important and we can talk about North Ringwood for a little bit. We're going to, obviously, tomorrow we're out at Vermont Recreation Reserve, so no Eastland weekend recovery. Every time we do a Sunday game, I always get asked, where's the podcast? We use the pre-game in tomorrow's game to break down all these results.
Is it an extended one, like a 1 o'clock start?
I'll
or
ask Lee with that after, potentially.
For you on the bus there. But
normal starts 1:15, but we're not on Radio Eastern, so it's sort of open to whatever Ryan wants to do.
We'll see.
We'll be set up ready to go, but
potentially maybe a 1 p.m.
Did Mulgrave win today? I haven't been on my phone.
Blake's jumping around from every division. Hang on, we'll get back to that in a
second. Sorry, guys.
Division 1 with North Ringwood. Important just to talk about this at the moment because that's their, as you said, first real big scalp. And they need to do it because they've got Baronia, Park Orchards before the bye, before they finish with Montrose and Bayswater. So I'd say they are every chance to win next week as well. If they defeat Baronia, you'd just about say, even if their Park Orchards result doesn't go right, they're probably just about done enough to make the top 5 and potentially open up the double chance, which seemed ridiculous a couple of weeks ago. But of course, this division, the buys are a little bit play a factor in the ladder now because they played an extra game than both Baronia, Beaconsfield and Montrose. So got to keep that in mind as well with factoring in the ladder and how things are going to finish out, whose sides have to play on the run home. There's still a lot to like about North Ringwood there.
They don't have a potentially vulnerable Beaconsfield coming up. They've already played them twice, which I think is unfortunate for North Ringwood because that is that would have been a potential 8-point game.
Well, they lost by a point too.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You could reverse that result very easily. Mulgrave, Blake, they did win quite comfortably over Surrey Park.
Yeah.
So keeps the double chance alive for the Lions. A game and not much percentage the difference between them and Surrey Park.
I did put them in the Furnace, Surrey Park, a couple of weeks ago, but
I thought it was ridiculous.
Losing to Mulgrave, who haven't been in the best of forms, that's a big win for Mulgrave. I reckon that's probably their biggest win of the year. I reckon.
Yeah.
We all agree with that. I think that's their biggest win.
I agree. And Heathmont with their win, they jump inside the top 5.
There we go.
Equal on points with Croydon and the Waverley Blues. That's a big result too. Particularly considering Croydon won by a similar sort of margin. I think they won by 50 plus earlier in the year, Chris, against the Waverley Blues. And now the Waverley Blues have done the same thing, 47 points. A club you like, but you were frustrated with at times.
The real Waverley Blues.
Blake put some words in my mouth in the pre-game saying I called them lame. I like to preface this by saying I did not. Okay. No, I just said week in, week out, they seem that they can't, they kind of struggle to take the the big step forward and the big leap forward. So I'm stoked that they've got the win, but now I'm really looking at next week and wanting to know what they can do.
Just got a final score in Div 4 from Forest Hill and Bulleen Templestowe. Bulleen Templestowe won by 116 points. Bulleen Templestowe 26-18, 174 to Forest Hill 9-4-58.
Yeah, there you go. So
still winless
for the Bullants.
So what's that ladder now for the 4th division?
Well, we can get it up at the moment, see what's going on there, because with
some of them haven't been
lost,
updated yet.
That is true. Of course, there is the factor of match ratio and sides playing more wins than others, but the percentage gap, there's still a percentage favouring Kilsyth, 121%, Croydon North Emlock 109%. So I don't know if that's something that can be made up in the last few rounds. But they are equal on points, and let's just, because we've got some time, compare their run homes. The Kangaroos, they've got Bulleen Templestowe next week before a bye. Bulleen Templestowe again, so 2 in 3 weeks. Interesting fixture. Forest Hill and Warrandyte to finish out the season. Warrandyte, who they've now beat, they'll have a bit of confidence now against them, where Kilsyth, it doesn't get any easier. Jared, what have they got?
Churnside Park. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't get easier. Churnside Park, Warrandyte then, and like in a couple of weeks' time, what is Warrandyte's form going to look like? That could be a really big game for Kilsyth. Now that
back here again. Yeah, after that.
Yeah, back here against Whitehorse for another game against the Pioneers. Churnside Park again. So these are all really tough games. Potentially winnable for Kilsyth, but I mean we've just seen them get done here, and Churnside Park's not going to be any easier. And then Bulleen Templestowe at Ted Ajani Reserve as their final game, so definitely a winnable one, and it may be finals on the line stuff in round 18 for Kilsyth.
So a Whitehorse second now after this win.
Yes, they are. I haven't got the ladder in front of me.
Yeah, Whitehorse.
They should, but yeah, they are.
Yeah. So on percentage,
jumped 2 places.
Ahead of
pretty
one,
good,
so
pretty impressive.
Yeah, that really, I would say, just about, not quite. Obviously, there's not much in it, but I think they'll make it from here. It's going to be interesting what happens with the Kilsyth with a real nightmare run home, but. They showed glimpses today, and it was the Pioneers in the end, by winning by 18 points. We're going to start to wrap things up here.
Just quickly, interesting quirk about Division 4, and I suppose it's poor Forest Hill that's kind of caused this, but 6 teams out of the 7 have got 100 or more percentage.
Yeah,
that's so rare.
Yeah,
that is rare.
Can I just say before we wrap things up just quickly?
I don't know if you're coming through, are you? Did you turn your mic off?
Oh, jeez. Sorry. Just want to wrap things up. Before we wrap things up, I don't know if it was mentioned, Whitehorse have now beaten every side in this competition now. So, so they've ticked the box today. So that's a big win for the Pioneers.
That's right. They did beat Churnside early in the season out at Kimberley Reserve, which was a big result. We'll start to wrap things up. But Ray, we've got a big game tomorrow, Vermont Roval, which you won't be on the call, but you'll be down at the ground, I'm sure, and looking forward to that one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's a 50-50 game, I think. Roval's got a few more players back this week. That might put the victory in their favour, but Lockie Johns is back for Vermont, so he's always a problem for Roval. That's going to be interesting.
And the Hawks won the last 5 against the Eagles, so we'll see if that trend continues tomorrow afternoon, all potentially live from 1 p.m. We'll say. We'll keep your eye on the EFNL YouTube pages to check that one out. We're recapping all the results from today, as well as hearing from the coaches beforehand. Chris Cordis, you'll be down there calling the action alongside Gav Casey. Great to have you again today and doing the role tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking excited to tomorrow and very enjoyable today. I think both grounds between today and tomorrow have only been about a combined 25 minutes away from my house, so
it's good.
Very nice from my end.
Yeah, absolutely. Blake Tennant, who is back this week. We're very happy to have you back this weekend, and you were right about Daniel Horvat. It was a TikTok dance, and great to hear from him after the game. But you'll be down tomorrow as well?
Yes, I'll be down there. Big clash starts tomorrow between Vermont and Roval, 2 big clubs, and looking forward to getting into it yet again, 2 games, so looking forward to it.
Absolutely, and hopefully Richmond get up tonight and you're heading out there to the G.
I hope so too. Upset.
Are you going to give Toby Nankervis some tips?
I think he should be giving me tips.
Definitely. As Paul Uconi, great to have you on board this afternoon, keeping us updated with some crazy results in the end, and sure that you'll be very happy with your Kangaroos tip.
Yeah, no, it's always good to bring all the drama from the around the grounds. And no, it was a good game here today as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. Jared Beanland, great to have you back, recovering from the flu and getting straight back into it in the calling chair.
It was an enjoyable game in the end. I was very impressed with both sides, and good to get the voice back into some form despite a couple of nearly literal hiccups along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Lee Green doing a fantastic job under the weather himself, fighting hard just to get through a full weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Megan Green, who's done both games as well. Kate Green down at the women's. Scott Hardy, who also did the women's. And Ash Hilda from the Fentra Gully Football Club.
Fantastic addition. She was great.
Yeah, on last minute came in and did a fantastic job in the specials chair. So great to have the player involvement as well down there in the senior women's match of the round. Wrapping things up here, it was the Pioneers getting across the line by 18 points, 13-9-87 to Kilsyth, 10-9-69.